morning. Good morning. Bon dia. Um, I want to check if colleagues from SATI are in the room. Right, good morning, colleagues. Welcome to welcome this morning to our meeting. Allow me to recognize Madam Secretary General, Her Excellency Boemo Sekoma. I also wish to recognize senior staff of our national parliament from the various departments. Also wish to recognize our spokesperson, rapporteur who are in the room. Also wish to recognize colleagues from SATI who are assisting with our comms during the course of the meeting. My name is Shaune Nikurasha. I'm the program manager for democratization, governance, and human rights. I'm going to serve as the director of ceremonies this morning. Seeing that we are a full house, I think it will be important if we got to know each other. But in giving a bit of context to how we must introduce ourselves, allow me to share the program for this morning. And there's a bit of echo. It's coming from the booth. Is it? You found the culprit. Just apologies. I forgot that I had been booted out of a meeting on Zoom. And yet I want to share the program so that we are all on board. So before we start, let me confirm that interpretation is available. French, which channel? English is 1, and French 2, and Portuguese 3. And colleagues, please do confirm that you are able to receive interpretation. Secondly, our meeting is a regional training of senior parliament staff on strengthening the role of parliament in promoting democratic accountability, the democratic drive, and human rights in Southern Africa. And we have drawn participants from different SADC member parliaments, and we'll get to know each other in a bit. And the colleagues are also drawn from different departments that deal with committees, procedures, legal, and let me be very precise regarding where we're drawing the colleagues from. Committees, legal, research, and procedures. And as per the focus of our meeting during the course of the next 2 days, we have a number of expected outcomes. And these are enhanced knowledge capacity for senior staff of parliament on regional trends on the role of parliament in promoting democratic accountability, democratic drive, and protection of human rights, strengthen democratic accountability through enhanced parliamentary intervention, advancement of human rights to build the democratic drive across the SADC region, expanded collaboration amongst senior staff of SADC National Parliament that could be utilized in future as sources of support as and when required, and improved impact of future programming using any recommendations from our training. Having highlighted the main purpose of the meeting, I think let's go into introduction. And in the introductions, in view of you having looked at the concept note and the program, I think we want to know who you are, where you're coming from, what you do in your parliament, and any expectations that you have from this meeting, so that we set the tone for our meeting. In that regard, I will request colleague from the inside row to kickstart the introduction.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shannon Sermon. I'm a researcher in the National Assembly of Seychelles, and I'm very much looking forward to the knowledge exchange around this topic.
Good morning. My name is Thelma Joseph. I come from the Parliament of Seychelles. I work as a senior librarian, but I'm also the secretary on the Committee of Government Assurances.
Just a moment. We are keen to also know if you have any expectation. Then please do share with us. So we will allow you to express any expectation if you wish to. The first, the colleague from Seychelles, the one who was, you introduced yourself with. Any expectation?
In fact, I expect to learn more on can you take that? We're looking forward to building more on our capacity as committee secretaries.
Thank you. Let's proceed.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jillian Samson. I'm the Senior Private Secretary to the Clerk, and I'm also the Secretary on 2 committees, which are the Defense and Security Committee and also the Food and Security Committee at the National Assembly. And I expect that after the workshop, I will learn more and be able to do my work more efficient as a committee secretary itself. So I'm willing to learn to the maximum during the 2 days. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Iman Toulan. I'm also from the National Assembly of Seychelles. I am the Senior Legal Officer, and I am also the Secretary to the Scrutiny of Bills Committee at the National Assembly. I look forward for the exchanges that will take place here. And as my colleagues have mentioned, the capacity that we will gain from the exchanges as secretaries on our respective committees. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Safina Luton. I'm the clerk of the Mauritius National Assembly. I'm here today with the clerk assistant of the Mauritius National Assembly. We are here because we are also in committees in all the other segments in the National Assembly, and I'm here to benefit from the experiences of the other participants.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Darshini Sita. I'm clerk assistant of the Mauritius National Assembly. As Madam has rightly said, we are here to have exchanges among peers and understand the processes in the regional parliaments and also to enhance network among peer colleagues. Thank you.
Morning, my name is Masinata Mlapo from the National Assembly of Lesotho in the research office. I look forward to experience sharing in committee setting in the research work. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Efele Tufuma. I'm the legal officer at the National Assembly of Lesotho. I'm looking forward into learning on how the parliaments can play their role in curbing corruption and promoting democratic accountability. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jwalani Tamaro. I am from the Parliament of Lesotho, working as committee clerk. My expectation is to learn more about committees so that I'm efficient in my position as committee clerk. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Tabon Tene. I'm table clerk in the National Assembly of Lesotho. My expectation is to learn from colleagues how they deal with MPs with very different levels of education, say from PhDs to almost to primary, how they can make them all comfortable and make them all do their work effectively. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Daniel Benjamin. I'm a senior parliamentary legal advisor from Tanzania. My expectation from this meeting, I expected to be equipped with the knowledge of separation of power, also addressing human rights in order to promote the democratic across the country. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Joyce Gadosa from the Parliament of Tanzania, working in the procedural department. My expectations is to learn more from my colleagues and the sessions which will be taking place more about the democracy and human rights. Thank you.
Morning. My name is Mkuta Masuli, clerk assistant from the Parliament of Tanzania. I'm serving the Subsidiary Legislation Committee. And from this session, I expect to learn more about democratic accountability and matters of human rights. And thereafter, it will help in my activities. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Khalid Jumane. I'm a principal library assistant from National Assembly of Tanzania. I expect to get knowledge in order to assist the members of parliament to provide information, accurate information to members of parliament. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Esrina Mufudze, Principal Law Officer, Parliament of Zimbabwe. My expectations are to learn how I can be able to add value to my parliament as far as the issues of human rights, promotion of democratic accountability, and drive our consent. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Apollonia Daire. I'm from National Assembly of Namibia under the Speaker's Office as a control officer. My expectation is to learn more how other parliaments are working. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Joyce Nakuta. I'm from the Namibian Parliament. I'm the Director for Committee Services. I'm responsible for the coordination of 8 portfolio committees and select committees that are established every now and then. So I would like to hear how other parliaments are dealing with the issues on coordination between a number of staff members and a number of big numbers of parliamentarians that are part of these portfolio committees. I have also seen that there are institutionalized bodies for speakers and for clerks like the SOCARDs and others, but I haven't seen a body for senior staff of parliament. So what platforms are there for learning and sharing apart from capacity strengthening workshops every now and then organized by bodies like SADC? So I'm looking forward to the 2-day training, and I would like to make the best of it, learning from other parliaments. Thank you.
Bom dia, colegas. Eu sou Verônica Ribeiro, venho do Parlamento de Angola. Também com muita expectativa que cá estou. Espero aprender com todos vocês e atendendo à multiplicidade de setores de onde todos vimos. Penso que será muito interessante ver a expectativa ou a perspectiva de cada um de nós nas diferentes áreas e como isso pode ser coordenado além do desenvolvimento das nossas funções diárias. Obrigada.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eldred Usomuzima Sununguri. I am here as a resource person. Otherwise, I'm the director of the Mass Public Opinion Institute based in Harare in Zimbabwe. And the Mass Public Opinion Institute is the national partner in the Afrobarometer Research Network. And we have been a national partner since round 2, that is 2004, of the Afrobarometer research calendar. If I have any expectation at all, it is based on an observed witness in the utilization of Afrobarometer data by various stakeholders. And this is that many stakeholders, and I believe including the legislative institutions, they have not sufficiently utilized the data for their programming, for their work, and they are expected that after this meeting, there will be an enhanced appetite to consume the Afrobarometer data for purposes of informing your work, and that is my single expectation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Agnes. We'll move over to you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Agnes Delungwe, Executive Secretary to the Secretary General of SADC Parliamentary Forum. My expectation is to learn how senior officials can facilitate the democratization processes in empowering MPs in that area. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Claire Msonda. I'm the Director Corporate Governance in the Office of the Secretary General at the SADC Parliamentary Forum Secretariat. And my expectation is to interact with all of you and exchange experiences regarding how best we can help to serve our members of parliament, so that we also learn from the national level what we can do better at regional level. Thank you.
Bonjour à tous, mon nom c'est Anthony Rangiantavsoul, coordonnateur général des projets de l'Assemblée nationale de Madagascar. Mes attentes pour cette formation, c'est d'avoir plus d'expérience sur les pratiques parlementaires dans les autres pays de la SADC. Merci.
Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Je m'appelle Razarnjetsa Tinarmang. Je suis le directeur administratif de l'Assemblée nationale de Madagascar. Je suis enthousiasmée par cet échange et j'espère apporter une amélioration et une nouvelle vision à mes tâches professionnelles, évidemment pour le travail parlementaire de mon pays. Merci.
Bonjour tout le monde, je m'appelle Zafit Marib. Je suis fonctionnaire de l'Assemblée nationale de Madagascar en charge des relations interparlementaires. Mon attente à l'issue de cette formation, c'est de renforcer mes expériences en termes de promotion de responsabilité démocratique. Donc, je vous remercie.
Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Je m'appelle Fidman Tsoudiv, inspecteur général de l'Assemblée nationale de Madagascar. Je me charge surtout sur le bon fonctionnement de l'Assemblée nationale, sur l'administration et l'organisation du travail parlementaire. Et mon attente surtout, ce qui m'intéresse surtout, c'est le rapport entre le parlementaire et le droit de l'homme. Voilà. Merci.
Good morning. My name is Emmanuel Nehoyam. I am the Deputy Director and Head of Legislative Services. As a person who directly works with members of parliament in the chamber, I am interested to learn more on the promotion of democracy and how I can better advise my members.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vincent Nalumbu. I'm from the Namibian Parliament. I'm a Deputy Director for Research and Information Services. My expectations, I look forward on sharing research experience with MPs and also on human rights. Thank you.
Mangwanani, ivuke njani? Abusheni, molweni, lotshani. Good morning. My name is Prince Daniel. I'm Assistant Clerk to Parliament of Zimbabwe, specifically responsible for House procedures. Parliament of Zimbabwe is a bicameral legislature which both the Senate and the National Assembly. I'm here to learn best practices from senior officers present here and to share experiences. My expectation is that at the end of this, I'll be spoiled for choice from what I'll learn from all the other officers present here. All right, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kenneth Hamalambo. I'm working as Senior Research Officer from the National Assembly of Zambia. My expectation is to learn more about the various forms of democratic accountability, especially how it is done in other parliaments. I thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Martin Mugua, Parliament of Zimbabwe, Principal Research Officer. My expectation is to understand how research products at parliaments can enhance the democratic rights and human rights protection, not only in Parliament of Zimbabwe or in Zimbabwe, but in Southern Africa in general. Thank you so much.
Morning to you all. My name is Lucia Nyao. I am the Assistant Clerk in Parliament of Zimbabwe. My expectation is to share experience and also learn from colleagues what parliaments in the region are doing to promote democratic governance and also the human rights issues. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Angela Banda from the Parliament of Zambia. I'm a senior committee clerk. Well, I wish to adopt her expectation as mine. I really look forward to learning how parliaments, other parliaments in the region, are ensuring the enhancement of strengthening democratic accountability in their parliament. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mambwe Kauma from the Parliament of Zambia under Legal Services. My expectation is to learn from the shared experiences of how other parliaments work in terms of democratic accountability, more so on separation of powers. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Alexander Kafwata from the Zambian Parliament. My expectation is to have at the end of the program, to have enhanced knowledge on how to provide proper support technical support to members of parliament so that they're able to execute their duties efficiently and effectively. Thank you.
Bom dia a todos. Aqui é a Enian Kalinga, da Assembleia Parlamentar de Moçambique. As minhas expectativas são de colher experiências dos outros parlamentos da região da SADC no que concerne à promoção dos direitos humanos e democracia. E não só. No final do programa, eu espero que tenha capacidade de contribuir para o desenho de políticas que conduzam a uma democracia e também que sejam conducentes aos direitos humanos. Obrigada.
Bom dia. Chamo-me Vasco Vicente Chibandi, do Parlamento da Assembleia Pública de Moçambique e funcionário do Gabinete Técnico, prestando as funções de consultoria jurídica e assessoria. No que concerne a minha expectativa nesse encontro, como nós todos sabemos, as nossas democracias africanas são muito jovens. E essa juventude que faz com que haja muitos conflitos ao nível dos dois poderes, nomeadamente poder parlamentar e poder executivo. E é desta que pretendo colher contributo das demais democracias aqui presentes, visando também dar melhor contributo ao meu país. Muito obrigado.
Bom dia. Chamo-me Bem-vinda, sou moçambicana do Parlamento moçambicano. A minha expectativa nesta formação é colher as experiências de outros parlamentos naquilo que é contribuição do próprio país. Muito obrigada.
Bom dia a todos. Chamo Marieta Carlota Chalvaloi, do Parlamento moçambicano. Estou aqui nesta formação para colher mais experiências com os colegas do Parlamento da SADC e com a expectativa de sair daqui com mais conhecimentos para melhor servir os deputados do meu país, Moçambique, tendo em conta a democratização dos parlamentos. Muito obrigada.
Good morning. My name is Alfred Mangani from Malawi Parliament, Research Section. My expectation this morning and tomorrow is to learn more on the role of Parliament in enhancing democratic accountability. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Harold Kwalimba, a committee clerk in the Malawi National Assembly. I'm interested to learn best practices from all colleagues whose parliaments are represented here. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kizito Pelen, and I work for Malawi Parliament as a Chief Legal Counsel. My expectations is to learn more on how other countries within the region have fared on the notion of separation of powers, as well as on the issue of checks and balances. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Sukani Ngube, and I'll be the rapporteur for this sitting. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Advocate Tlue from the Parliament of Botswana. I'm the Parliamentary Council. My expectation and anticipation is to learn on the resolution of power play between politics, law, and oversight in Parliament. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Titus Lengwadibe. I'm from Parliament of Botswana, responsible for research and library. My expectation is to learn and share and tap in the experiences of other parliaments, of sister parliaments, in how best they apply democratization concepts in their respective parliaments, and how they facilitate members of parliament, and also to find out how other parliaments in the region package their research findings for members of parliament. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Lesedi Yekai. I'm from the Parliament of Botswana. I'm head of parliamentary committees. My expectations from this workshop, like everybody else, is peer-to-peer learning, especially around the areas of democratic consolidation and strengthening the role of our parliaments in ensuring the democratization process, protecting human rights. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chris Mfila, also from the Parliament of Botswana. I'm assistant clerk responsible for parliamentary procedures. I too, like several of my colleagues, I have several expectations, most of which have already been mentioned, by the way. And I too have particular interest to learn and share with colleagues on the issue of separation of powers. Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde, je m'appelle Raj Kublal, je suis comptable dans le projet SDSR, je suis basé à l'île Maurice. Mon objectif est d'apprendre de mes collègues comment le Parlement de la SADC est en train de promouvoir la démocratie dans la région. Merci.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Yapoka Nyirenda Mungandi. I'm Director of Finance and Corporate Services at SADC-PF. I expect to learn about how SADC-PF can enhance its engagement with national parliaments, both at national and regional level.
Bom dia a todos. Meu nome é Laurenciana Bull, auditora interna do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, recentemente nomeada por destacamento a partir da Assembleia da República de Moçambique. Bom, não vou falar da expectativa apenas da minha parte, porque não poderei participar desta formação, apenas estou para esta sessão de abertura, hoje regresso a Moçambique, mas espero que esta formação possa contribuir para o aprimoramento dos conhecimentos dos colegas que cá estão e que eles possam capitalizar toda a informação importante e útil e aplicável para o desempenho das funções de cada um. E muito obrigada.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Isabel Jambala from Malawi Parliament. I'm looking forward to learn how I can enhance my knowledge in democratic accountability, as well as how I can promote the democratic drive back home. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mino Vieira, and I'm an ICT intern at the Parliamentary Forum. Thank you.
Colleagues from SAT would want you to introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mama Shati Marokani. I'm a PR specialist. I work as part of the communication team for SAT.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Jobes Tole. I work with Mama Shati as a communications team. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. The last two colleagues who introduced themselves, when you see them, please make sure you smile because they are doing our comms. So they will be able to take a photo of you smiling. May I ask someone to switch off the mic? Thank you very much, colleagues, for those expectations. There are quite many of them, but with a lot of convergence. SG, there is huge expectation in the house. And we hope that through the program, we're able to be to meet some of those expectations or most of those expectations. A lot of convergence around peer learning, learning parliamentary practices. Others expressed it in terms of learning and sharing best practices. There is desire to know about the linkages in terms of human rights, accountability, democratic drive, and what parliaments can do. There was also issues around networking and collaboration, where we're looking at utilizing existing tools that are being developed by stakeholders, such as Afrobarometer. Enhancement and the acquisition of knowledge also stood out. The interface of politics, law and the roles of parliament, such as oversight. Yeah, quite a number of expectations. But as I said, there's convergence, and they also speak to the outcomes that we highlighted earlier on. At this juncture, to usher us to the next phase, I think it would be important. One of the expectations that came out is the question: is there a forum for senior parliament staff to be able to interface and share experiences to be able to support parliaments better? I'm not going to be able to immediately answer that question, but I'm flagging it. And we want to share with colleagues a bit about the SADC Parliamentary Forum so that you are clear in terms of the institution that SADC PF is and its mandate, and where some of the work we're doing, such as this workshop, comes in. We have often directed a number of our interventions towards parliamentarians, and it is good that we are also having an opportunity to focus on senior staff of parliament. We hope we'll also be able to share with you some of the training opportunities that exist within the forum that have not necessarily always been taken by parliament in a way that we think they could in terms of the spread across the departments of parliament. There's some online training sessions that we offer through partnerships with other organizations, where we have tended to see a repetition of same participants that are coming from parliament. And sometimes we are wondering whether the rest of the staff are not interested, or there is a way in which we could enhance the mainstreaming of participation in these courses. So just a brief about the SADC Parliamentary Forum. And I think the part of it in terms of how I chose to frame this brief speaks to some of the expectations or the issues that we're dealing with, where we're looking at the role of parliament in promoting democratic accountability, promoting the democratic drive and issues of human rights. So when you look at the regional level in SADC, historically, the regional integration process was led by the executive arm. And the establishment of the SADC Parliamentary Forum is a realization of what is missing in terms of the gap that is. Because ordinarily, a regional government, just like national government, would require to have the three arms of state, where we have the executive, the legislature, and of course, the judiciary. So when SADC-PF was established by the summit in 1997, it came against an observation that was being made. One of them was a broad comment of what commentators called the greatest omission in the SADC treaty, that omission being that of the SADC parliament. So against that background, the summit established SADC-PF in 1997, as I said, in Malawi, Blantyre, as an institution of SADC in accordance with Article 9.2 of the SADC Treaty, and the ultimate goal being to constitute a parliamentary consultative assembly, which could be turned into a framework for dialogue on issues of regional interest and concern. And colleagues may well be aware that actually SADC-PF is currently in the process of being transformed to be the legislative organ of SADC, to become the SADC Parliament. There is already a summit decision to that effect, and the agreement amending the treaty has already been adopted and been signed by at least 8 of the SADC member states, and therefore the transformation or the establishment of parliament, of a regional parliament, is at an advanced stage. Just for purposes of understanding the key organs of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, we currently 15 of the 16 SADC member states are members of SADC-PF. Comoros is still onboarding to become the 16th member. And in terms of the constitution of SADC-PF, each country has 6 delegates to SADC-PF, the speaker or presiding officer, plus 5 other members who are constituted considering the gender and political composition of each national parliament. When these parliamentarians are seconded to SADC-PF, they constitute what is called the plenary assembly. The plenary assembly is the highest policy-making board. It meets at least twice a year to deliberate on different matters of regional interest and concern, but primarily reports that are coming from standing committees that are established. The standing committees cover the different thematic areas or directorates of SADC. So we have a standing committee on gender equality, women advancement, and youth development. Then we have trade, industry, finance, and investment, democratization, governance, and human rights, human and social development and special programs. We also have a committee which is made up of all chairpersons of standing committees, which is called the Regional Model Laws Oversight Committee, whose mandate is to track progress regarding the implementation of model laws and other policies that are adopted by the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Colleagues will know, those who have interacted with SADC-PF, that one of the flagship products that SADC Parliamentary Forum has been producing are model laws. We've done model laws in the area of HIV and AIDS, in the area of eradication of child marriages, in gender-based violence, public financial management, elections, And currently, there are also other model laws being worked on as instruments to facilitate domestication of regional policies or decisions and protocols and agreements at national level. We also have the executive committee, which is the management body of SADC PF. This is made up of a member from each national parliament, and the chairperson of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus is also a member of this committee. We have the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus, which is another organ tasked with championing primarily gender equality, issues of women empowerment, and it is made up of chairpersons of national women's caucuses and all female parliamentarians that are seconded by your parliament to SADC Parliamentary Forum. Then the executive committee has various subcommittees. There's actually 4 subcommittees, and it may establish others in terms of these rules of procedure. We have the Parliamentary Business Subcommittee, Finance Subcommittee, Human Resources and Capacity Development. Then we have the Legal Subcommittee. And lastly, but not least, for purposes of this briefing, I'll talk about the Secretariat, which is the organ that is established primarily to implement decisions of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. It is headed by the Secretary General, Madam Sekoma, and my colleagues that have introduced themselves. We are hosted by the government of Namibia through the facilitation of the Parliament of Namibia, and SADC Parliamentary Forum is diplomatic status in Namibia in terms of the SADC privileges and immunities protocol. In brief, that's what SADC Parliamentary Forum is about. Most of it, in terms of the linkages, will come out as we go into our discussion. But next, I wish to go on to the official opening session, where we must receive our official opening address. But before we do that, maybe let me just share with colleagues this quote, because it really speaks to the essence of what has been emerging from the expectations, but more importantly, the issues that we are going to be talking about. Some of you would have known about this quote from James Madison, the 4th president of the let's give it a try. Thank you. If men were angels, and to be inclusive, we could as well also say if women were angels. And this salient observation speaks to the issues that we're going to be dealing with in terms of separation of powers, issues of accountability, issues of parliaments and protection of human rights, and promotion of democracy. And the quotation goes, if men were angels, no government would be necessary. If angels were to govern men, neither external nor internal controls on government would be necessary. In framing a government which is to be administered by men over men, the great difficulty lies in this. You must first enable the government to control the governed, and in the next place, oblige it to control itself. because men and women are not angels. We need controls. And the institution of parliament sits at the heart of the mechanisms of control, the division and separation of state power to ensure that both the first control of the government and the second, the control of government over itself are achieved. And on that note, I wish to invite Madam Secretary General, Her Excellency Boemo Sekoma, to come and deliver an opening address. Over to you, ma'am.
Morning, bon dia, bonjour. Am I alone? Okay, good morning, colleagues. Let me just write on the protocol that has already been established. And thank you, Director of Proceedings, Mr. Sheonino Kurasha, for a good start this morning. Allow me to recognize my dear colleague, Madam Clerk of the National Assembly of Mauritius, Ms. Bibu Lutong, for honoring the SADC PF with your presence. We really appreciate. Could we kindly give her a round of applause? This level of commitment is always appreciated. As colleagues would know, we have a committee of clerks that sits as part of an organ at the SADC Parliamentary Forum, and her presence here goes a long way in terms of strengthening that organ. Dear colleagues, distinguished participants from presidential or parliamentary systems, you are welcome this morning. I was quite intrigued by your expectations and what you'd like to learn, because as a SADC PF, that is what we think we're going to learn from yourselves. I was intrigued by the learning around the demarcation of separation of powers, which is actually quite a concept that we continue to grapple with. And I was also intrigued by your reference, without saying it, to autonomy, the issue of power, and many other issues that you raised this morning are quite critical because they'll lend us into the discussions that we desire. Remember, it's a session, a training, and therefore engagement will actually be quite critical. That was just a rant, and now let me welcome you and assure you that I'm quite humbled by your presence this morning. And I'm also humbled by the fact that I see colleagues who we worked with over time present among yourselves. This speaks to the power of most of your parliaments. Remember, when we talk about power, it's capacity. Power can be horizontal, and the list goes on. And for me, the excitement is based on the fact that it means that our parliament will continue to function in a manner that will eventually make them efficient, if there's anything like that. As you're aware, colleagues, we're meeting here today for this training, but more importantly, as part of the SADC Parliamentary Forum fulfilling the outcomes of its sexual reproductive health and rights and governance project, which started in 2019 to 2023, which is being implemented by the SADC Parliamentary Forum in collaboration with national parliaments. This particular training is in relation to two project outcomes which were integrated in 2021-22 to bolster the role of the institution of parliament and members of parliament in promoting democratic accountability and implementing human rights. Dear colleagues, as you may be aware, this change was occasioned by many factors, pursuant to the realization that consolidation of the democratic drive is an essential component of parliamentarism, without which the developmental programs may be made, whether in the fields of human rights, trade, gender, economy, or sexual reproductive health and rights holistically. Colleagues, as you have also indicated through your expectations this morning, indeed, constitutionalism, separation of powers are certainly mitigated when parliaments cannot function independently and effectively. You can attest that the bedrock of committees or any thematic interventions that seek to improve the people's lives are important in ensuring that parliaments properly advance and that ultimately parliament's existence has a correlation of a healthy and thriving democracy, which is founded on accountability and transparency. Colleagues, we will talk today and we'll hear from you in the next 2 days. Some of you may agree or disagree that democracy and democratic accountability are not synonymous terms. I'm yet to hear from you further in terms of that assertion. Others will say, while democracy presupposes the prevailing of the will of the greater number, as Jeremy Bentham would postulate, democratic accountability presupposes that a democracy is also bound by the principles of separation of powers, such that the three entities or arms, depending on how you'd like to refer to them, of the state can exercise checks and balances over one another and thus be accountable to one another. And this is where the issue of power lies. It lies in how much we can heighten accountability, and it lies in the power of the seat of parliament. In addition, democratic accountability also presupposes the existence of a legal regime where the rule of law is operative. So often when we refer to the importance of the rule of law, it is because it is a democratic ideal. In turn, the rule of law implies that there is a recognized adherence to a hierarchy of norms, where the Constitution leads to enabling laws and provides a framework for subsidiary legislation to be adopted. So all these issues that we're speaking to will unfold as we discuss and engage today. Dear colleagues, democratic accountability also means that Parliament must be independent and sovereign to take decisions through a majority vote of members of Parliament in accordance with the Constitution. I know this is quite a thorny one, but indeed, altogether, democratic accountability thus includes the notions of separation of powers, parliamentary sovereignty, and the rule of law as constitutive elements. The building of the democratic drive and democratization also helps with concepts which can relate to democratic accountability, as they will help us indicate where the progress is. They'll also help us indicate where checks should be made and where the balances should be inherent in any democracy. Furthermore, governance through human rights is also a base tenet of democratic accountability. This is so because for checks and balances to properly occur, there is a need for freedom of thought and expression, and a need for institutions to treat all individuals and organizations equally. Human rights are minimum and fundamental guarantees that ensure that democratic accountability operates at all levels. As we know, colleagues, human rights are indivisible. Human rights are born or are inherent when you are born, and therefore nobody should be able to take that away from you. Colleagues, I've taken time to explain the notion of democratic accountability as it relates to certain key concepts that will be addressed later during this session and also tomorrow. This is because it is significant for parliamentary staff to be fully versatile in knowledge relating to the building blocks of democratic governance. Before we proceed, I'll now say a few words about the direct link between democratic accountability and technical support of Parliament. You'll all agree with me that for Parliament to exercise their oversight mandate over the executive, several factors come into play, including the extent to which parliaments are technically supported. Indeed, this technical support, which is provided by yourselves, parliamentary staff, is quintessential to ensure that Parliament is equipped with the robust administrative strength it needs to perform its constitutional functions. That is in enacting legislation, in heightening budgets, exercising oversight actions, or representing communities. Even what I have said, I'm sure you have thoughts around the levels of autonomy that go with those functions, or whether or not this indeed should continue to go down as I have stated it. You are thus very important to the SADC Parliamentary Forum, which believes in Parliament. You are also important to the institutions of Parliament and your countries. Your role as parliamentary staff in advising members of Parliament and presiding officers and speakers is imperative to democratic accountability. And this is what I would like for us to have and think of as we engage throughout these 2 days. In this way, you are custodians of your constitutions and also guardians of peace. From a messenger to the clerk or secretary general of the National Parliament, all roles are important within the National Assembly, and they contribute to the scaffold that hold the very fabric of legislature together. And this is quite important, and I believe that you'll have more to tell us about this. As parliamentary staff, you are best placed to establish the ground rules and procedures that are necessary for Parliament to administer the standing orders or other rules. This training or session is very important, since it is imperative that we recognize your central role to parliamentary processes and further help each other get capacitated on the avenues to open to Parliament to pursue that democratic accountability, bearing in mind its constitutive elements, be it the rule of law, be it separation of powers, be it parliamentary sovereignty, or the implementation of human rights. Your interactions and participation during these 2 days is important, and you are encouraged to comment actively on the democratic processes discussed, as well as help us validate the study regarding separation of powers in the SADC region. Theoretical physicist Mr. Albert Einstein once said, and I quote, "Not everything that can be counted counts, and not everything that counts can be counted," close quote. This is very reflective and perhaps a very enigmatic quote. It has been interpreted over time in multiple ways, but has been most often utilized to attribute value and recognition to individuals. Indeed, to the SADC Parliamentary Forum, you count immensely to parliamentary processes, and your contributions cannot in fact be counted since they are qualitatively superior rather than being quantitative. With this reflection in mind, I really want to wish you a fruitful session. I want to encourage you to engage and share since you come from various systems. I also am very much aware that parliamentary staff are quite knowledgeable, yet this knowledge is often not displayed or harvested because of the nature of your job. Since we have come together under this banner of training for these critical elements that I've spoke of earlier in my remarks, and that you have also heightened in terms of your introduction expectations, I would look forward to you engaging with us further. And in my next engagement with yourselves, I'll be asking you a few questions. We'll be discussing a few scenarios to enable us to interact effectively. I thank you, Director of Ceremony.
Thank you very much, Madam ESG, for the insightful remarks, setting the tone for our meeting, the important role of staff of parliament in facilitating and unlocking the value of parliament in a democratic system, and the importance of staff to share their knowledge, very important, extensive knowledge they have for purposes of enriching this platform is an issue that has been highlighted. And it reminds me that when SADC Parliamentary Forum started implementing the current rules of procedure and the entrenching parliamentary practices, one of the things that became apparent is the differences or the uniqueness of each parliament, even if they may be coming from same parliamentary tradition, for instance, the broad categorization of Francophone, Anglophone, and Lusophone. Each parliament still had unique practices and systems that led to a resolution by the plenary assembly where they said staff from the different parliaments and the convened by the SADC Parliamentary Forum staff must come together to see how you infuse into the rules of procedure of SADC PF the different parliamentary traditions. And therefore, SADC Parliamentary Forum parliamentary practices are rooted in the diverse parliamentary traditions that obtain in our different parliaments. Therefore, it is important when we are engaging for colleagues to come on board and share your specific country experiences. At this juncture, we are going to break for tea, but as we go for tea, we are also going to have a family photograph. And Mr. Unaro from Protocol will lead us in terms of where we're going to have the group photograph. When we come back, we're going to have two presentations. The first presentation will be by Madam SG. She alluded to an opportunity for interacting later. This is what she was referring to, where she will present on parliaments as pillars for a strong democratic accountability, democratic drive and protection of human rights in the SADC region. Then we are also going to have a presentation by Professor Eldred Basnungure, who introduced himself earlier on and is going to focus on citizens' perceptions and attitudes towards parliament in promoting democracy and accountability in Southern Africa. So it's 10:25 now. With your concurrence, we can reconvene at 10:40, which means would have taken about 15 minutes. We need to make up for time. We are running slightly late, and I would want us to be on time so that we maximize our time. On that note, Naro, I wanted to find out where we were having the group photograph. Maybe let's, Mino, can we find out from Naro? Otherwise, we enjoy, after the group photograph, we have tea, and then we reconvene to be seated by 10:40 so that we are on time. Is tea ready outside? Sure, thanks, Toy. So we'll get information on where we're having the group photograph, and then we'll go for, we'll take a break. Thank you very much, and we look forward to interactive session when we resume. We can stretch and be on our way out. I'm sure we will be able to be guided as we go out in terms of where we're having tea and where we're having the group photograph. Thank you very much, colleagues. go for group photograph so that we come back on time. Mino, 12 must be leading. Thank you, colleagues, and let's resume our seats so that we don't lose any further time. As I announced before we went for break, colleagues, can I have your attention, please? Hello? Order. Yeah, as I announced before the break, we have the honor of having two distinguished presenters who are going to make presentations to us in this session, namely Madam Secretary General and Professor Masinungure. And as I indicated, Madam SG will present on Parliament's as pillars for a strong democratic accountability, democratic drive, and protection of human rights in the SADC region. And it is now my distinguished honor to invite Madam SG to take the floor and make her presentation. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Go to first slide. Go to the first slide. Not working, no? Good afternoon. I believe you've had quite a good break. May we kindly close the door? I think there's an echo. Yeah. Colleagues, as indicated, I think we've said our good mornings and our bonjours and our bon dias. As indicated, I'm going to present on Parliament as pillars for a strong democratic accountability and the implementation of human rights. The objective of my presentation is to ground you firmly on how Parliament can contribute to democratic accountability through their constitutional functions from a regional to a national perspective. This will then assist us to further understand citizen perceptions and attitudes which constitute the next presentation and will help you to engage on the key findings from the baseline study on the mechanisms and practices for separation of powers later during the day. Next slide. I'll now speak a little bit about the mandate of the SADC Parliamentary Forum with regards to democratic accountability. I would like to start by highlighting the mandate of the forum in advocating for democratic accountability to give perspective to this particular slide. You recall just now, I don't believe anybody has forgotten, from the opening remarks, I made reference to outcome 8 and 9 under the Sexual Reproductive Health and Rights Project, which, as I indicated, is currently being implemented by the Forum and National Parliament. However, I wish to add that the mandate to promote democratic accountability is also further derived from the SADC Parliamentary Forum Strategic Plan, which is a 5-year plan ending on the 31st of December 2023. So even as part of our engagement, it goes without saying that we will be developing a new strategic plan, and we hope to harvest some of the areas that you'd like for us to focus on. At this stage, it's also important to note that democratic accountability and the implementation of human rights will also feature in the next strategic plan. Hence, it is to be recognized as a long-term strategic objective. Colleagues, the vision of the forum refers to the forum as being the flag bearer of democratization, socio-economic development across the SADC region. As you are aware, democratization is the ongoing process to promote the state of democracy, including by making progress on democratic accountability and human rights. Activities of the forum are thus geared around this vision in view of assisting institutions to help enhance democracy in all its forms. When you look at the socio-economic development of our SADC member states, is also an advancement through social and economic human rights. It's also called second-generation rights, which interplay with the fulfillment of the Sustainable Development Goals. So everything else that we do, the way that we canvass this particular strategic objective at the forum, the reason why we're integrating such objectives for much more clarity, the reason why we implement norms and discuss issues around democratization is because of this foundation. Because we believe that democracy and human rights are two sides of the same coin, and one cannot exist without the other. That's the impetus of the forum, to deal with both at the same time during parliamentary initiatives. I hope the slide is moving. Now, as we proceed, I wish to just briefly give an overview of the state of democracy in Southern Africa to set the scene. I know I could have looked at other sources, but unfortunately, this is the source that I looked at. We are going to have a presentation from the Afrobarometer. There are many other references that one could have looked at, but I looked at this one and allow me to give an overview in that regard. I'll comment on the newly released Democracy Index of 2022 of the Economist Intelligence Unit and the Mo Ibrahim Index on Democracy and Governance. As you can gather from this slide, if we are to have a peek at Southern African region, you'd see that most democracies are termed as flawed or hybrid regimes. This shows clearly that there's much more room for improvement with regards to improving democracy and human rights. Let me now turn quickly to the slide on the methodology adopted to develop the Democracy Index. Well, this slide is really to demonstrate the criteria used by the Democracy Index to arrive at this conclusion. Part of the top table only has been shown here just to be able to read the column headings, which demonstrate the relevant factors involved. As you see, electoral processes and pluralism, which also involves parliament, functioning of governments, political participation, political culture, and civil liberties are the 5 factors which are assessed. The point here is not to compare countries, but simply to show how parliaments are important to safeguard. Without the existence of parliaments, many of these factors would have been undermined, including the functioning of government through oversight and political participation. It's also noteworthy that civil liberties, constituting in large part of human rights, also form part of the ingredients for the state of democracy to be maintained. Let's now turn to the Mo Ibrahim Index of 2022. The Mo Ibrahim Index considers several factors, and we're not able at this point to go into the details. However, I wish to highlight one useful statistic with regards to participation, rights, and inclusion that demonstrate that over the past 10 years, 31 African countries have in fact deteriorated, whilst 23 countries have improved. Only 17 countries out of 54 show an increasing improvement. This gain shows there's an immense work to be conducted to fulfill the prevailing legal and policy gaps. With this background, colleagues, in mind, I'm now going to move to the functions of Parliament. As institutions, Parliament represents the cornerstone of separation of powers. Parliament is uniquely mandated under Constitution to exercise checks and balances over the executive. No other entity under the helm of the state can exercise oversight over the executive. They cannot interrogate accounts. They can't request for disclosure of government processes in the same way that Parliament does. But I'm willing to learn if my conclusion is wrong. Laws enacted by Parliament can also bind the executive. For instance, under the Public Financial Model Law, and also the guidelines that we are developing currently on anti-corruption, such instances are what can bind the executive. Or the judiciary, such as laws on sentencing, admission of evidence, or setting up of tribunals. In this way, Parliament is said to be sovereign and supreme. That is why we keep talking about sovereign parliaments or the supremacy of Parliament in this regard. The executive is not mandated to exercise control over Parliament. It is only the judiciary which in certain circumstances can limit laws of Parliament, such as those made that would go against other provisions of the constitutions, of the order of the constitutions, like you put it. Parliament is thus a robust institution that serves a critical democratic pillar in our democracy. Now, when we look at the role of Parliament in promoting sexual reproductive health and rights and human rights, the pictogram, which is related to the implementation of the sexual reproductive health and rights, also applies to human rights in general. And it aptly demonstrates the four functions of Parliament, notably the legislative, the budgetary, the oversight, and the representative functions. These four functions, as depicted, have a major role to play in buttressing democracy and promoting democratic accountability. Whether we're in the reign of sexual reproductive health and rights, whether we're in the reign of trade, whether gender, whether food, agriculture, natural resources, of eradication of poverty, or any other areas or theme, these are quite critical. Whether we look at public financial management, for instance, the same four functions will prevail for Parliament. Now, earlier on, we spoke about the SADC model laws. And I've just chosen two. I believe the director of ceremony this morning outlined several that the forum has also developed. And I also wish to invite you to look at our website. You'll find the normative frameworks that we have developed. These SADC model laws are normative legal standards, which we have developed through the adoption of the plenary assembly of the forum. Since they are approved by the SADC Parliamentary Forum Plenary Assembly, the model laws reflect the policy of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Model laws are grounded in the robust human rights framework and thus pursue equality of treatment for individuals. We look at human rights without exceptions. I know most of our constitutions list grounds, for instance, upon which discrimination can be permitted, even on any other ground that may not be listed. We believe that this is quite important. We also believe that the adoption of these model laws by parliamentarians should have a snowball effect on the state of our democratization processes. Although the model laws are based on themes like the ones which were mentioned earlier, like the HIV/AIDS, the child marriage, eradication of child marriage, gender-based violence, elections, and many others like public financial management, minimum standards for key populations, among others, their base principle aptly applies to other human rights, such as also ensuring that there's access to justice for these citizens to hang their hopes on. We hope that these model laws will ground yourselves as committee secretaries and staff of parliament and members of parliament even further in the domain of separation of powers. A model law on constitutionalism and the rule of law has been canvassed at the level of the plenary assembly by the Committee on Democracy, I keep going back to old committees, Democracy, Governance and Human Rights. This standing committee is mandated to look at issues of democracy and human rights. We believe that further progress on the model law will further consolidate the Bill of Rights of the Forum if we enter into that terrain. Now, colleagues, I'm concluding what is the way forward. The way forward, I would like to say that democracy is not built in a day. Slavery was not abolished in less than 100 years. The Forum is committed to assist members of parliament and staff of its member parliaments to promote democracy through parliamentary initiatives. The staff of parliament have a major role to play to ensure that democratic procedures continue to be in place for democracy to prevail across the SADC region. If parliament is the cradle of democracy, it is our responsibility to ensure its optimum functioning at all times. And this is why we gather here today, to ensure that at all times we are able to indeed enhance the processes of democratization through the institution of parliament. I thank you for your kind listening, and we are welcome to discuss further and share any insights. For me to do that with yourself, let's look at the questions that I think you should ponder on throughout our proceedings. You may wish to reflect, because it's a training, it is important for us to share ideas. I hope you have this presentation. Where is Paulina? Was the presentation shared? The presentation is in 3 languages. Okay, they are saying something. I believe they are saying everything is under control. But the presentation is in 3 languages and it will be shared accordingly. I want us to ponder on the following questions. We are supposed to have group work, but in view of the paucity of time, we won't be able to do that. But I believe that as you ponder, you'll be able to contribute to some of these discussions. How do you feel you contribute to separation of powers through your job description? How do you assist to promote parliamentary democracy? That is ensuring that members of parliament perform in accordance with our constitutional mandate. In what ways could parliamentary activism be promoted? That is getting members of parliament to be more interested in making parliamentary interventions. Do you think that a static parliament is an issue? That is a parliament where there's little parliamentary intervention. What could you do to change that in your capacity as a parliamentary staff? How do you make regional parliamentary initiatives trickle down to the national constituency level? Is there an action plan that you have? I'm sorry, I could not resist coming up with such questions, because I always believe that having the knowledge in your head that you can't operationalize in very practical ways is what makes us get us questions. There are so many advisors in the office of the president at parliament. How come the government is going the other way? I think this is quite critical in terms of you reflecting at an individual level without speaking to the doctrine, without regurgitating what your professor has taught you, but with what you observe and see and experience. The next set of scenario that we're going to look at, we're going to look at a hypothetical case study, which I termed the state of war. Country X declares war and invades country Y. country Y is preparing to defend itself and its institutions are still functioning, albeit in a state of emergency. What would you do as a parliamentary staff to ensure that Parliament functions during such times of crisis? What actions will you recommend to preserve democracy? I believe all of you can solve these questions. Just like me, I'm only as useful as my staff are, and therefore, these questions are very, very relevant to yourselves. 2 weaknesses in the government agenda. The government agenda does not cover anything relating to climate change and climate change disasters. Yet many members of parliament, including from the majority, are convinced that this is an important subject to address in parliament, given that a recent class 4 cyclone has hit the region. How can you help members of parliament to promote this subject from the procedural and or thematic perspective? Therein lies brilliance, analysis, and intellect of staff of parliament. The next hypothetical case studies, failure to declare elections. I was very careful with this one because Gurasha told me that it's out of fashion to talk about free and fair elections or any other. Government in country Z does not declare elections after 5 years, even though it is a constitutional provision. Parliament is still not dissolved, and the leader of the House from the executive is pursuing to instruct Parliament to hold further sessions. How would you react as a parliamentary staff? The last one, instructions to act against the standing orders. One day you come to work, and Honorable A, Member of Parliament from constituency B, I was trying to be very, ask you not to process a parliamentary question about the construction of a hospital for women directed against the Minister of Health. The Member of Parliament has a lot of influence, both in his party and in the executive. How would you react? I think time is our enemy. I was really looking forward to hearing from you because without being dogmatic, we would have really landed and learned from your experience. However, take this home, sit with other parliamentary staff, engage, and maybe one parliament will write an article that can be published through the SADC Parliamentary Forum. We want to contribute to journals, we want to contribute to research, and therefore, if you are triggered in any way or you'd like to pursue this further, I believe that you are invited to do so, and we can work collaboratively with you. I thank you, colleagues. I believe at this point, we proceed since I'm told we've lost time. Are there any questions or input or interventions? There being no. Thank you very, okay, there's a hand at the end.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. I was really impressed by the questions you postulated there. And they triggered 1 or 2 questions which I would just like to throw to your good self before you leave us. One, don't you think, or wouldn't you think, perhaps the security of tenure for the office of clerkship should be of paramount importance in ensuring and shaping that parliamentary staff would then be able to address the questions you've put forward there freely? Because my perception and understanding is that it looks like parliamentary staff role is quite limited because in most cases, it's the power play between politics And in most cases, you find that politics and law are really at conflict in parliament. And in most cases, even parliaments are failing to protect their clerks. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a whole subject that we need to look at for another day. But I'd love to hear from you. I don't want to put you on the spot because at the regional level, there's no country. And I can say anything without fear or favor or of fear or contradiction. But let me hear from you. We can give general comments. There is a substantive predicament that has been put before us. Do we serve without fear or favor? Or are there other impediments in us being able to exercise good professional judgment for the good of democracy?
May I?
Thank you, Madam Clerk, for rescuing me.
Well, you've showed us the level of democracy in all these countries, from the topmost Sweden, Finland, Norway, etc. There are people there are countries which are first, second, third, but still there is a small margin of lack of democracy. And we all know that in Africa, the situation is much worse. And all of us who are here as parliamentary staff, from clerk to the last person in the hierarchy, whatever job that we have to do, of course, it's according to our scheme of duties, and there are separation of powers in most of the countries, at least which are represented here. But the job that I'm sure that each and every one of us do our jobs to the best of our abilities, and we know exactly what our jobs are in each at each level that we work. But the thing is that I don't know in each of the 16 SADC state members whether they have a parliamentary service commission or the staff members are recruited by the Public Service Commission. And when we say Public Service Commission, so forcibly it's to some degree it is the executive, it is these people who appoint people at the Public Service Commission, and well, they are supposed to work independently from recruitment to the Ministry of Civil Service. Normally, all staff members, if they don't have a parliamentary service commission, we may have some departmental grade, but it's still the executive, meaning the ministry, the head of the civil service, who has all latitude to with regard to the terms and conditions of service of the staff, parliamentary staff. So that although we speak about separation of powers, yet the staff, which as you said are, they are the ones who are at the base of how parliament works. So even if they want to work to the best of their abilities to work as non-partisan staff in the parliament, but the actions are limited at the end of the day because the executive is their boss. So how far can each of us be as independent, although we want to work for parliament itself, but if you're not independent from the higher up administrative point of view and financial point of view, how far can parliamentary staff be independent and work in line with the principle of separation of powers? This is the big question.
Thank you very much. I would not have said it any better. Any input from colleagues before I make my suggestions? Kurasha?
SG, my intervention is really to refer colleagues to a document that was developed by the SADC Parliamentary Forum, which is called Benchmarks for Democratic Legislatures in Southern Africa. It identifies the minimum constitutional, legal, administrative, financial, ICT-related conditions that a parliament requires to function effectively. It's a useful resource and it's very comprehensive in terms of the issues it addresses, including the particular matter we're talking to. If I had circulated this earlier or colleagues had checked on it through our website, this particular matter is addressed in benchmark 6 that talks to issues of staff, from the issue of the general issues to specific issues, including the Parliamentary Service Commission that Madam Clerk refers to. And I find the document very useful. I know that sometimes there is a weakness in terms of how these documents have been filtered to all the departments inside Parliament, but it's a resource that is available and quite useful even as we are engaging. So we are going to, in addition to refer you to our website, we are going to circulate copies on the email so that you are able to reference it. I think you will find it very useful. Thank you, SG.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I think even as the question was being asked, the answer was no. So there was a conflict going on inside the colleague who asked that question. But clearly speaking, I think when you look at parliamentary effectiveness, this cannot be discussed or effectively treated without discussing issues around power. Whether it's separation of power, whether it's power because of a capacity, whether it's power relevant to the legal right and the resource that a parliament has, whether it is power that is related to financial, human and organizational matters, these carry so much weight. And also to conclude on that one, I think the differences or the diversities within which we operate, where we have differences between presidential and parliamentary systems, you'd also realize that the other, clearly, there is separation of powers. While the other, like Madam Clerk, you would not really be able to effectively do certain things without the imposition or the influence of the executive. And therefore, like Kurasha has indicated, this is a subject matter. I had an opportunity when we were training or orientating on the issues of benchmarks for democratic legislatures, where this matter was really, really discussed in quite detail. And I remember, may his soul rest in peace, he was the clerk of the National Assembly, Moses, is it Moses? What's his name? Njarakana, yes. Njarakana, Takawira Musevengana, when they started framing these things and the discussions that they had around these issues would show you that when we talk about power, it's very difficult to strike a balance. When you talk about interest in ruling and in power, it is also a situation where you realize a lot of obstructions. But at the end of the day, like I said, democracy will take a long way. We have mature democracy. We have shared the differences. We have shared the progress. And this is something that we'll continue to discuss throughout the day. We have those that are semi-parliamentary, semi-presidential, it just shows that even within hybrids, it doesn't mean that everything else is going to be taken care of. But at the end of the day, what is key is how do we institutionalize key democratic principles in whatever it is that we do. I hope that that is helpful. And I hope that you've gotten to the point where we are saying, what reforms can you introduce as part of this democratic drive? What is it that you can do as a professional to ensure that we don't operate outside a vacuum, but within set benchmarks that have proven to have worked and that which we are continuing to integrate through the various systems? I thank you, colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam SG, for that presentation. I'm sure from the questions to the hypothetical situation, I'm sure our minds have been prompted into the real issues that we need to be focusing on, particularly when we interface with the presenters, but even as we go into group works. And it prompted me to remember how, as the staff of parliament, a few years back, when the country whose parliament I worked for was going through a lot of political tension. So often in parliament, we viewed ourselves as staff as no more than facilitators of administrative process. So often you derive satisfaction if you members have attended, quorum has been attained, meeting has been held, minutes have been produced, a report of the committee has been tabled in parliament. Rarely do we stop to reflect and identify our role in the mix of things. So when the hypothetical situations were flagged, it got me thinking to say, ordinarily, parliaments are institutions that are steeped in tradition. And sometimes, unless there is deliberate effort on parliament administration or individual officers, you may be consumed in the rigmaroles and are satisfied to have made your contribution, but have never paused to say, what is my role in all this? It was not until when one of the media monitors reported that 65% of all news articles or newspaper articles that were coming out of the media from Tuesday when committees meet until weekend were actually emanating from deliberations that were before parliament. Although sometimes the media will also be mischievous in not attributing it to parliament. So sometimes they would then report a minister as updating on a policy as if the minister was self-prompted, when this would have come from a member of parliament who has asked a pointed question, having been supported by a staff of parliament. So this space and the hypothetical cases, I think they really get us to be thinking. And barring the issue of time, Madam SG, I think it would be good for us in the quest to jog our minds and see what we perceive as our contribution to democracy as Secretariat of Parliament, to attempt some of those hypothetical questions. And I really like the question posed by the colleague regarding the issue of security of tenure of this clerk as the head of administration, but possibly that also applies to the rest of staff in terms of their condition, in terms of their relationship with the public service, wide public service, in terms of the working conditions under which they are working. To what extent does it facilitate the work that they're supposed to be doing. And our conversation, us coming together must really stimulate us into conversations where we begin to share experiences and to compare notes and get ideas from each other. And that's what I hope we'll be able to get from this morning's presentation. So at this juncture, I wish to invite our next presenter, Professor Eldred Masnungwe, who is going to present on Afrobarometer findings. It's, as he speaks, he takes the floor. Let me highlight that it's good that he's speaking to us as staff. When parliaments are criticized, sometimes it is very difficult for parliament to take it well. They are often used to criticizing the executive for not doing certain things. But in instances where they themselves are having a lot of shortcomings, sometimes parliaments are not necessarily geared to take those criticisms with magnanimity. So in this instance, it's good that he's talking to us as staff. I know that the findings are quite pricking in some respect, and they are reflective of the general trend in SADC and elsewhere in terms of the growing skepticism amongst citizens and stakeholders in terms of whether institutions of governance are doing enough to meet their expectations. So, Prof, we give you the opportunity to engage with us, and we look forward to learning from your presentation.
Again, good morning, everyone. Let me write on the previous protocols, except that let me also recognize Madam SG and the director of ceremony. I introduced myself earlier on, but I think a clarification is in order, which is that I am not here representing the Mass Public Opinion Institute, of which I am director. I'm here representing the Afrobarometer research network. And therefore, I'll be presenting findings from the Afrobarometer research done in several African countries. The Afrobarometer, for purpose of clarification, it gathers data. It does not manufacture the data. It does not concoct the data. It does not doctor the data. It gathers, it collects, it analyzes, and it disseminates and shares. So if, as Mr. Kurasha said, the parliamentarians, if they were here and were aggrieved, they should not direct their anger at the Afrobarometer, but at those who have said what is captured in the Afrobarometer. Afrobarometer has a slogan. We say, let the people say. Let the people say. So what Afrobarometer is presenting is the voice of the people. Our president in Zimbabwe is fond of saying, the voice of the people is the voice of God. And Afrobarometer is trying to harness that voice. With those words, let me proceed with the presentation. Okay, the title. Just want to say something. The title is Citizens' Perceptions and Attitudes Towards Parliament in Promoting Democracy and Accountable Governance in Southern Africa. It is about the perceptions. That is what people think. It's not necessarily about the reality. It's perception, what people think based on their examination of the facts before them. And it is also about the attitudes. Attitudes are feelings, what people feel about what they see, what they hear, what they experience. So we are sharing, those citizens' perceptions and attitudes. The next slide. We first have an overview of what Afrobarometer is. Afrobarometer, it is a network of researchers, African researchers, throughout Africa. And as I mentioned, it is now operates in 39 of the 54 countries, gathering data in all those countries. And where it does not, it is because of special circumstances, sometimes to do with security, and other times to do with the absence of a sampling frame. For instance, there has been no census in some countries, and therefore Afrobarometer, it cannot proceed because it cannot sample, it cannot come up with a representative sample. So it is a non-partisan survey research network. Often in the dissemination of data, we are accused across across the continent of peddling partisan data. I must stress that it is non-partisan. Afrobarometer is independent, and it is pan-African, and it measures attitudes, public attitudes, and provides as reliable data as is available on various experiences of citizens in Africa, or various evaluations and of their aspirations regarding mainly three things: democracy, governance, and the quality of life. So far, Afrobarometer has conducted and completed 3 rounds. And the Afrobarometer was born in 1999. And since then, it has conducted 8 rounds and is about to finish the 9th round. And I think that there are about 2 countries that are left now, including Ethiopia, where a survey cannot be carried out because of the insecurity in a large part of the country. And I think the 39th country, Seychelles, which would be the first time it is joining the Afrobarometer. What are the objectives of the Afrobarometer? There are core objectives, 3 core objectives: to produce a scientifically reliable data and analysis on public opinion in Africa, and to strengthen capacity. It is involved in capacity building, the capacity of those institutions that gather opinion on governance, democracy in various countries, including the institution I am director of, that is the Mass Public Opinion Institute. And then the data, when collected, it is not stored. It has to be used, and it can only be used if it is disseminated. So a core objective of the Afrobarometer is to disseminate and apply, governance survey results. I would say, I think without much contradiction, that Afrobarometer is the leading and trusted source of high quality data, on what Africans as citizens think about their experiences, their political behaviors, and importantly, that all data is made publicly available. One thing that most stakeholders don't realize is that the Afrobarometer, though it is expensive to gather the data, once it is available, it is free. So any parliament can request the national partner of Afrobarometer in the specific country to say, can you come and share the data, analyze the data, or tell us what people are saying about this or that for free. So, I mean, it's a resource that is, available, to all users, including, the ordinary, citizens. Next slide, please. So the goal, the primary, the salient goal of Afrobarometer, is to give the public a voice in policymaking by providing that high quality public opinion data, to various constituencies, to various stakeholders, to various policymakers, including or particularly the legislature, the parliament on the African continent. But also beneficiaries include, policy advocates, civil society organizations, academics, the news media, and indeed, the ordinary African. So in total, I would say Afrobarometer, it has a record of as much as 350,000 interviews that it has conducted in 39 countries, 350,000 interviews. And that represents as much as 80% of the population in Africa. So there's little doubt that it is trying to bridge that gap between the people themselves and the policymakers, including parliament. And it does so on a scale that is unmatched by any other competing organization. In fact, I'm not aware of any competing organization. And importantly as well is that we have heard and seen, presentations of, data or indices from Ibo Ibrahim. What Madam Essie did not mention is that the Ibrahim, index on African governance, it relies primarily, if not exclusively, on Afrobarometer data. Then there's the World Bank's World Governance Indicators. Again, they rely a lot on Afrobarometer. Transparency International, the global corruption barometer, then it also relies on Afrobarometer data. So where does Afrobarometer operate? Next slide. That is a picture of where Afrobarometer operates. So there are just a few countries in SADC, I would say, I think, and the DRC, mainly because of the problems with the census. And as I've said, the Afrobarometer cannot operate, in circumstances where there is no reliable, census on the basis of which the Afrobarometer can do some, sampling. Countries like Somalia, they are excluded for reasons that we are all familiar. Libya, and such countries. And in North Africa, we are also, helped, or work in conjunction with the Arab, barometer network. And there are some countries, particularly in Southern Africa, that have been in the Afrobarometer from round one in 1999. And that includes Zimbabwe, it includes Botswana, it includes Namibia, South Africa, Zambia, and Tanzania, among the certain countries. So most of those countries that are in round one, actually, SADC countries. The methodology, I think it's as tight and scientific as they come. In each country, as I have indicated, there is a national partner for Afrobarometer that conducts surveys. And these surveys are not telephonic surveys. They are face-to-face interviews. And in the language of the respondent. So interviewers, they ask the respondent, what language would you like this interview to be conducted? And often the instrument that is the questionnaire is translated into the various major national language. So when you interview in the language of the respondent's choice. And in addition, importantly as well, is that there should be a national representative sample of all adult citizens that are aged 18 and above. I think that is the minimum age, is the minimum majority age in most countries. So if the interviewer asks the respondent, how old are you? And he or she says 17, that's the end of the interview. Then the interviewer proceeds as per the protocol to the eligible adult who has attained 18 or is old. And all respondents, they are randomly selected. I think randomness lies at the heart of a scientific enterprise. In addition, the sample is distributed across region or provinces or states, depending on what the situation is in the country. Like in Nigeria, there are states, but in most other countries, there are provinces. And it is also based on the urban, rural dichotomy. And the proportion of the urban and the rural, should be reflected in the sample. As I've said, every adult citizen aged 18 and above has an equal and often non-chance of being selected. And we use a standard questionnaire, a standard instrument. So in each country, it uses the same instrument, except for 5 areas, 5 questions. Afrobarometer allows for what it calls the country-specific questions. And these are 5 country-specific questions that are added to the standard or a generic instrument. So that you can, Afrobarometer or anyone else who wants to do the analysis can compare a country, because the elements being compared are the same. The questions are the same. So you can compare across countries, but also you can compare over time. That is Zimbabwe from 1999 to 2022, when the last survey was held. It is because the instrument allows for that. And the sample size is often, depending on the size of the country and the issues at hand, it's sometimes 1,200, for instance, for Zimbabwe, but for larger countries like South Africa, Nigeria, and like, the sample size is 2,400. And this will be nationally representative for as long as the sample is arrived at rigorously. Now, the background for this presentation is anchored on the assumption that strong legislative institutions, robust legislative institutions, as well as free and fair election, they are the foundation of modern representative government. But the common image in most of Africa and beyond, of African parliaments, of African legislative institutions, is that they are subordinate, that they are subservient, to strong and unaccountable executives. Often we read about, legislatures characterized as the rubber stamp, institutions. In other words, they do not perform, the critical function of overseeing what the executive does, or what the executive does not do, for that matter. What are the questions about parliaments, and MPs? And these assumptions, do they match, with the popular perspective, on what parliaments do, what MPs, do, and what they are, in terms of the separation of powers, in terms of the checks and the balances. Do African parliaments and MPs have political significance? Are they relevant? Do parliaments matter in the governance of the country? And what do ordinary Africans think of their parliaments and MPs? This takes us to this next segment. Parliament as a key institutional pillar of a democratic governance. And here we start with a slide on, next slide, on support for democracy. Support, democracy cannot thrive if it is not supported by the people, by the citizens. So do citizens support democracy? Before you can strengthen democracy, it has to be supported by those who presumably benefit from the practice of democracy. So Afrobarometer, it answers this question by asking, respondents to choose between three statements. Which of these three statements is closest to your own opinion? Statement one, which is what we are mainly interested in. Statement one says, democracy is preferable to any other kind of government. So respondents register their preference of that statement by telling the interviewer that that is what they subscribe. Or maybe they subscribe statement two. In some circumstances, a non-democratic government can be preferable. That democracy can be curtailed in some circumstances. So if that is their preference, that is what they tell the interviewer. Or maybe, they subscribe to statement three. For someone like me, it doesn't matter what kind of government. Otherwise, they're indifferent. That the type of government, it doesn't matter. It makes no difference to someone like me. That is what they will be telling the interview. Now, those who say they support, democracy is preferable to any other form or kind of government. That is what is captured, in that figure. And we find that on the continental level, the continental average is 68%. Otherwise, there is a considerable high level of support for democracy. But there are those countries that are above the average, and there are other countries that are below the average. And I think for us in Southern Africa, you identify where your country, is placed. Is it above the average, or is it below, is it below the average? You see Mozambique, South Africa, and Angola, and also, Eswatini, they are at the bottom of the ladder. Maybe there are, contextual, circumstances or reasons that explain that. And at the top, you have, Zambia, followed, by Zimbabwe. That is, the citizens, they've registered strong support for statement one, that democracy is preferable to any other kind. They are not saying they are experiencing it. They are saying that is what they prefer. They may not have it, but that is what they prefer. And of course, they say that is what they want, but they may not have it. But you have asked him, what do you prefer? And they have indicated their preference. Next slide, please. No, the previous, yes. And of course, democracy is strongest if the citizens not only make a preference for democracy, but also reject its alternative. And there are three alternatives. That is military rule, one party rule, and one main rule, men used in the genderless sense, one main rule. Across Africa, they reject military rule. That is 3/4 of Africans, they reject military rule. We see the phenomenon, the increasing phenomenon of military coups in West Africa. But the point is, the citizens, they reject military rule when asked their preference. They also reject one party rule by more than 3/4. 3/4 of citizens, they reject one party rule. By an overwhelming majority of 82%, they reject one main rule. So not only do they prefer democracy, but they also reject democracy's alternative. And I think that is important to take note. And specifically in terms of the authoritarian alternative, the rejection of military rule. Again, you have the average for the continent, 74% or 3/4, they reject military rule, and some reject military rule more than others. So there are countries that lie below the average, and others that are above the average. And we have at the top there, the rejection is very robust. Mauritius, Eswatini, Zambia, Botswana, but it's rather weakish, in Angola and Mozambique, and to some extent also in South Africa. Next slide, please. Rejection of one main rule. On a continental scale, continental average, again, you have 82% rejection of one main rule. So it's very strong rejection. But again, it depends on the country. The rejection is weak, in South Africa, in Angola, in Mozambique, and if I may say, in Tunisia, the rejection is almost below, below 1/3. In other words, if there is one main rule, and you can see what is happening in Tunisia, that trend, that tendency, the propensity towards one main rule currently. But it is already captured, in the public opinion, surveys. Next slide, please. The rejection of one main rule, that is the trend analysis, 10-year trend, analysis. And this is very stable. The rejection of one main rule is stable throughout Africa. In no round, because these are, 2011, 2013, that was in round 5. The next one was round 6, round 7, round 8. The rejection is never below 80%. So not less than 8 out of 10 citizens in Africa, they reject one main rule. So you may have one main rule, but people are rejecting it. I mean, that is what the import of these findings. Next slide, please. We are now moving to accountability questions, accountability issues. That is the support, public support for parliamentary oversight of the president. Do citizens support parliament exercising oversight over the executive? That we felt was overbearing, that executives, naturally, they would prefer, subordinate or subservient, parliament. But what do the people say? The people were asked, which of the following statements is closest to your view? Statement one, the national legislature should ensure that the president explains to it on a regular basis how his or her government spends taxpayers' money. Or statement two, the president should be able to devote the full attention to developing the country rather than wasting time justifying his action. So it's support for parliamentary oversight versus the contrary view. And the results across Africa are as presented in that figure. The support for parliamentary oversight, I think, is quite robust. 2/3 on average, they support parliamentary oversight. So if parliaments are not exercising that oversight, that is not what the people want. People are saying parliament should do its job in exercising oversight over the other branch of government, the executive. And the countries, they are ranked, either below that continental average or above the continental average. And in this case, we find Botswana page right at near the top, with 75% of citizens they say supporting parliamentary oversight. At the bottom, Mozambique and Angola, the least support from those citizens in those countries for parliamentary oversight. And that support is actually less than 50%. So it appears that some more needs to be done in those countries. And there are also red flags, in South Africa, where just about, the level of support is very, is very marginal, at 50%. Next slide, please. This is again a question on accountability. The president rarely, never ignores parliament. Does the president ignore parliament? Where citizens say, or where respondents say rarely or never, then that suggests that the president does give the requisite respect to the legislature or parliament. And the question was, in your opinion, how often in the country does the president ignore parliament and just do what he wants? And this captures the opinion of citizens, especially those who say rarely, never ignores parliament. And we find that there is a very large proportion who say the president, there's a large number of citizens who actually say the president ignores parliament. Next slide. That is again a trend analysis. It shows the two trends over a 10-year period. Support for parliamentary oversight of the president. That's the top the top graph, and the one below it is about president rarely or never ignores parliament. And this is consistent. You can see the consistency. That is public opinion. It is not something that is temporary. It's not something that is whimsical. It is stable, over time. And you can see that at least two-thirds of, citizens, they support parliamentary, oversight. Next slide. What is the popular appraisal of members of parliament? I think as Ms. Brasha said, I think it is good that this is being presented not to MPs but to parliamentary, to parliamentary staff, because it would raise some, eyebrows. We start with trust in institutions and trust in leaders. Do citizens, when asked, do they trust institutions? Do they trust their leaders? There are, we have 11 institutions. From religious leaders, army, traditional leaders, down to National Assembly and opposition party. Do they trust do the citizens trust these institutions? Some of these institutions are elected institutions. Some are unelected institutions. Worryingly, it is the unelected institutions that are trusted most. You can see religious leaders, the army, traditional leaders. Now, the institution that is of concern to us and to you and the earth, where is it? Near the bottom, National Assembly. Less than half of citizens support, trust, the legislature. This is, of course, worrying. So something needs to be done to elevate the trust. Because you cannot do anything without being trusted. If you are not trusted, then there's not much you can do that will win support of the public. And a range of in between, those at the top and those at the bottom. Opposition party, they are the least trusted, across most African countries. Next slide. But specifically with respect to, to Parliament, the question is, how much do you trust each of the following, or haven't you heard enough about them to say? And this is about the members of Parliament. This is not a very glittering picture of people's expression of trust in Parliament. The continental average is 40%. And then some countries are at the, above that continental average. A few others are, especially in SADC, they are below that continental average. Where the Parliament, and MPs are, trusted most, in SADC, it's Tanzania. Tanzania is in fact an outlier. You can see it's an outlier. 89% of citizens, they trust the MPs in Tanzania. Followed rather distantly, the Mozambique, 56%. Look at the bottom, Lesotho, 21%. And then, worryingly as well, Angola and South Africa. So it means, these are signals say something needs to be done in order to enhance trust, not only in Parliament as an institution, but in members of that Parliament. This is a slide that shows decreased trust. To try to capture the decreased trust in MPs And we have, the percentage points there. And this is specific on, a SADC country. 2, 4, 6, I mean, 8, 8, SADC countries. There's been a decline in trust in all these countries. The SADC countries that are, portrayed there. The greatest decline, and this is over 10 years, is in Lesotho, then South Africa, and then Namibia. The least decline is in Eswatini, but it may be a low decline, but based on the low trust that is displayed across the 10-year period. So again, instead of the graphs going the other direction, the graphs are in the negative direction. Next slide. Again, a trend analysis on trust, of parliament and members, of parliament. You can see, the 11 percentage point decline over the 10-year period. So instead of enhancing, they're declining in terms of the trust that they attract from citizens. Then we move on to perception on corruption. Perception of parliament as an institution and of members within, those who constitute the members of parliament. And the next slide presents that picture. Perceptions of institutional corruption. And which institution is adjudged to be the most corrupt and the least corrupt? When presenting, this on this in my country, we have, deliberately decided to exclude the top one there, because we have had some unsavory experiences after the presentation. So just mention it in passing, but not, put it there. It has invited some negative, reaction. But you can see the police is deemed to be the most, the most corrupt. But the question is, how many of the following people do you think are involved in corruption? 47% of citizens in Africa, in their individual African countries, they say it's the police. But not far behind is parliament, that 8%. And again, we find that the unelected institution, traditional leaders, religious leaders, they are deemed to be the least corrupt. I don't know what meaning you derive from that. I'm just a messenger presenting, presenting what the people are saying, the voice of voice of the people. So if you agree, again, don't direct it to the messenger I'm transmitting. Okay, perceived corruption among MPs. And this captures the percentage of those who say most of them or all of them are corrupt. 33, the continental average, as you can see, it's more than a third, are said to be corrupt. And the most corrupt at the top, South Africa, MPs are deemed to be, very corrupt. Lesotho, Zimbabwe, and the cleanest, if I may use that term, is Tanzania. Only 4% of some Tanzanians think that their MPs are corrupt. Then Eswatini, Angola, Namibia, and, and Botswana. Next slide, please. Then we analyze in terms of the increases in perceived corruption among among MPs, and this is focusing on some of Southern African countries. The perception of corruption has increased over time. Lesotho 32%, South Africa near the bottom 11%, Zimbabwe 1%. But you see the increase in perceived corruption. For instance, in Zimbabwe, it say 1%. It may be because there has been little change, even if the level is perceived to be high, but it does not vary. It does not fluctuate by more than 1 percentage point. But in Eswatini, it's believed that people feel that it has somewhat decreased. Next slide, please. Trend analysis, continent-wide, 10-year period. You can see, the perceptions of corruption among MPs, it has increased, by what 9 percentage points over 10-year period. So the perception of corruption is not declining, it's not constant, it is actually increasing. So again, that is a worrying trend. Then performance appraisal, the approval, performance approval or disapproval of performance of the various leaders in our country. We focused on 3 elected leaders: the president, local government councillor, and a member of parliament. Do you approve or disapprove of the way that the following people have performed their jobs over the past 12 months? Or haven't you had enough to be able to say? The president gets 54%. He passes. President passes by 54%. But as we all know, it's not a very impressive pass. It's a marginal pass. Local government councillors, they fail 45%. Then members of parliament, they also don't do that well, 39%. So again, something has to be done. By MPs themselves, or by stakeholders, or by citizens, whoever, should bail the cat and present, findings on that, towards the end, at the end of this, presentation. Approval of MPs' performance on a continental, scale. And we find that the approval continent-wide average is 39%. And the approval is highest in Tanzania. Tanzania tends to do very well, or is the best performer, on most, indicators. Then, Mozambique, and then the rest. And then at the bottom there, MPs in Lesotho, 19%, and then Zambia, Zimbabwe, and South Africa. That's what people are saying. Next slide, please. And there is decreased approval of MPs' job performance over time. In Zimbabwe, minus 23%. The disapproval has increased over time. South Africa, Namibia, Zambia. So they have made, they may have started at say 60% in 2011. Now they are down, to 23 percentage points down, going backward. Then in Lesotho, minus 1%. Again, it is because even the best, may be low in the first instance. Approval of MP's job performance over time, there are two, graphs there. One which shows approval, approve, strongly approve, as well as disapprove, strongly, disapprove. And you can see those line graphs, the going in the wrong direction, for the approve, strongly approve, from 46% to 39%, and the disapproval climbing, skyward, from 43%, increasing by 13 percentage points over 10 years. Again, very worrying. Now, one of the indicators, of this accountability, and this may be true with vertical accountability, the interaction of voters with MPs through, contacting the MPs by the voters or citizens, and the MPs listening to what the people are saying. We find in the next slide the attempts at contacting, various leaders. And we have 4 sets of leaders there. During the past year, how often have you contacted any of the following persons about some important problem, or to give them your view? Who do citizens, who do voters, members of the committee contact when they have a problem or when they want to express themselves? They contact the traditional leader, 44%, and this is of course in the rural areas. In most urban areas, certainly in Zimbabwe, don't have traditional leaders. Next, they contact the local government councillor, 27%, but the gap between the traditional leader and the local government councillor is wide. So they first look for a traditional leader before they go to the local government councillor, and before they go to a political party official. And lastly, they go to the member of parliament. 9% say they will go to member of parliament. This is all to raise, red flags that need to be flagged in order to be attended. Now, this captures the proportion, of those citizens who have never contacted MP, and you can say it's very high. The level of, let's say, non-contact is very high. In South Africa, 94%, more than 9 out of 10, don't contact or have not contacted in the previous, 12, that is 12 months, prior to, to the survey. In South Africa, you have I think in South Africa situation is compounded by the fact of their electoral system, where voters are really not attached, to a particular member of parliament because of the proportional system that they do, the party-based, system rather than constituency, based, system. So perhaps, it may explain that. But some other, certain countries, Eswatini, Angola, and Mozambique, they are also, below below the average. Next slide, please. Then the changes in proportion whenever, contact the MPs. Again, this is the, over time, 10-year, trend, trend analysis. Again, it's not, a very pleasing sight. We do the same, trend analysis in the next slide. The next slide, please. proportion of those who have never contacted the MP is very high across time. You know, the 10-year, the 10-year time, time frame, 88% in 2011 is more or less, the same, unchanged, stable, at 87%, in 2021. This is now about listening. Do MPs listen to their voters, their electors? How much of the time do you think the following try their best to listen to what people like you have to say? And this is about those who say sometimes they listen or never, and the picture again is not a very good one. The average, 86% of citizens who say MPs don't listen. They're not good listeners. And that, at the bottom you have Angola, and Mozambique, in Southern Africa. Above the average, you have Lesotho and in Zambia. So, but across the African continent, the results are quite impressive. Next slide, please. And the perception that MPs don't listen has increased over time. In Southern Africa, you have those countries that are, in Botswana, the perception that MPs don't listen, it has increased by 13 percentage points. In Eswatini, 10 percentage points. South Africa, 9 percentage points, and in Zambia, that has remained, unchanged. So again, instead of moving forward, there tends, to be moving, backwards. The same portrayal, across the African, continent over time. And it's quite stable as well. 81%, 10 years ago, 85% of people who say MPs do not listen. Next slide, please. Now, how do we ensure that MPs do their job? Who will bail the cat? Who will ensure that MPs do their job? And we're asking citizens about their views on that. Who do you think should bail the cat? We identified, 4 possible people, or sets of people, or institutions that should be good, ensure that MPs do so. Either voters should ensure that MPs do their job, or it should be the president, or it should be parliament, or it should be their political party. Who amongst those 4 should bail the cat? And the response is vary quite wide. On the continental average, 38% say the voters. That's the voters' obligation. It's the voters' job to ensure that the MPs do their job. While as the 31% feel that it should be the president, and 16% say it is parliament that should ensure that MPs do their job. And lastly, the political parties. And there are some countries where majority say it is the voters. Very few countries, including at the top. There are a few countries that have majorities that say the voters, and we say those are the countries, if you like, that got the answer right. But in many other countries, you have either a majority or a plurality that say no, it should be the president that should ensure that MPs do that. And you can see the difficulty, the conflation, the lack of realization of once the demarcation of role where the president, ensures that MPs do their job, when in fact he is the head of, the executive. Then over time, who should ensure MPs do their job? That is the picture. And it has not changed, that much. 34%, in around 10 years ago, and now it is 39%, who feel that it is the voters that should ensure that MPs do their job, followed by 31% who think that it is the president, and then 16% who feel that it should be the parliament doing that, that job. In other words, whipping MPs to ensure that they do their job. In conclusion, what can we conclude? First conclusion is that the public overwhelmingly support democracy. It was clear from the presentation. They also support the oversight role of parliament. So they support democracy as well as support the oversight role of parliament over the executive. Two, the trust in MPs and performance evaluation are low, while perceived corruption is high. Then, evaluations of MPs are deteriorating over time. And I think that is worrying. That is what is worrying. That evaluations of MPs are not improving, but deteriorating over time. How do you arrest that deterioration? That the fifth conclusion, ratings of MP responsiveness, that is through contacting and so on, they are extremely poor. And the evidence was presented. While contact rates are low compared to other regions. Lastly, only about a third of African voters are responsible for holding MP accountable. Otherwise, there are some voters who think that it's not my job to hold the MP accountable. And of course, they are wrong. It cannot be the president who does. It cannot be, parliament that does. It cannot be their political party. But it is the voters who have voted the MP. This is, I end the presentation, on that rather bleak, picture, on that note, and invite questions. But more, it should be more of your interpretation of the findings, because you deal with the MPs. Though, of course, the expectation is not to, in your dealings with MPs, say, well, we are presented with evidence that you don't do your, you don't do your job. I don't think that is the intention, of this presentation, but to give the, context, of people, that you serve as a parliamentary staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Masinungure, for that very sobering presentation, particularly on findings. What is clear, colleagues, is that the demand side is very clear, but the supply side is where the problems are, and we are responsible for manning the supply side. When you lack trust in ordinary everyday language, they say you have run out of currency. So when we work with institutions that are a product of elections, and citizens must be the sovereign, and meanwhile there is a disjuncture in terms of trust, the matter that must concern us, and we deliberately made this presentation part of our engagement so that we have the real conversation. Globally, usually when there's a crisis, say, of trust, corruption in parliaments, it also presents an opportunity for reforms. Very few parliaments have reformed substantively when there is no element of crisis. So if we are made aware of the citizens' perception, which we could also verify at local level in various ways through collaboration with partners, that must form the evidence that we need to be able to, as advisors of parliament, give relevant advice that must support the institutions of parliament to continue to deliver their role in a democratic ecosystem. At this juncture, as the professor said, let's open up for questions and comments so that we are able to interact. We will have the next 15 to 20 minutes to interact. We could also, if there are any questions that you have from the previous presentation by SG, let's also bring it up. The other issue I will highlight, colleagues, let's continue to see the linkages in terms of the presentation this morning from the welcome remarks by the SG, the presentation she made, and this presentation. We will also see that thread running even in the afternoon, where we are going to have findings of research actually that was done through national parliaments on practices and mechanisms of separation of powers in SADC national parliament. So let's take the opportunity to pose questions and comments to the presentation. Yes, sir.
Yeah, can I sit down?
Yeah, it's fine. You can answer questions from the table. It's fine. Let's have the question. I see 2 hands. I wanted 3 in this round. Can we see the third one? Yes, so 1, 2, 3. And then after that, we allow the professor to respond. And then before we take the next set of questions. May I start with you, Liseti?
Thank you, Chair. I think some of mine will be clarifications, but I think a wonderful presentation and very insightful. You will agree with me, colleagues, that data is very important. And the findings of the report that was just presented to us, personally to me, has provided answers to several issues that we've been dealing with. I thought the first one would be, there was a slide where it showed perceived corruption on the institution and on MPs. I just thought maybe clarification there. Perceived corruption on parliament. Is it parliament as an institution? Was that what was assessed to the extent that the perception out there is that parliament is corrupt? Or is it perceived corruption on members of parliament, or both? That's clarification I wanted. And others will be just comments, presenter and chair, in terms of perhaps my experience from Botswana side, in that when you look at some of the results that are coming out, the perceptions there, we have a program, for example, in Botswana that we have been launching, a program that seeks to bring electorates closer to the MP, a program that seeks to open up parliamentary processes to the public. It's a public participation program. And the preliminary results that are coming out of the program since inception is that there has been, the uptake is not as we would have liked. it's not yet at the optimum. And what you presented here is sort of, I was talking with my colleague, points to perhaps the low uptake. If you are saying to constituents that we are opening up parliament, we want to bring you closer to an MP where you can interact on the daily at the touch of a button with an MP. But at the same time, the perception out there says constituents don't trust members of parliament. There's little trust in the institution of parliament. And then you see that when you roll out a program and the uptake is actually low. And that's why I'm saying there is that connect from what we are seeing in Botswana in terms of the low uptake and the perceptions that are actually on the ground. And I was just saying to my colleague that therein lies where we should now zero in terms of should we now elevate our public education and change the mindset to say we are opening up parliament so that you can see what it is that parliament does. We are opening up parliament so that we can now seriously take in your views directly. You don't have to wait for the MP to come and consult, such that you now have some form of meaningful participation. And maybe without us as the institution of parliament, your perceptions in terms of the efficiency of parliament, the transparency of parliament, and the accessibility of members of parliament can improve. Some of the feedback that is coming in through the platform that we use, called Botswana Speaks, by the way, actually talk to some of your findings as well, sir. You get that feedback. We don't see our MPs, we don't talk to our MP, and you have those variables in your report. And we also get that feedback through the platform. I thought I should just share that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Botswana. Very insightful in terms of sharing also what Parliament is doing. It will be interesting to see it in a few years down the line if there is going to be change of trend. But you point out a very important aspect where sometimes in the absence of evidence, you are not able to comprehensively plan when you are programming. But if you then know the different variables, sometimes it helps in terms of bringing different elements when you do programmatic interventions, because you're not just talking about seeking to address access of parliament, but also the relationship between parliament and the citizens in terms of perception regarding trust, regarding issues of corruption. Those can actually be impediments to facilitating access by the citizens or uptake, as you put it. So we appreciate you sharing the experience of Botswana. The second, Seychelles.
On a similar wave as Botswana has spoken on, if I can preface my question with the fact that the executive as a branch of government has always been the preferred branch. And the judiciary, in terms of data, they utilize their data in a way that they grow the accessibility and the confidence that the public have towards them. So they use data like cases completed, convictions, and they publish this widely, especially in Seychelles. And because justice must be seen to be done. Does the professor think that the fact that as the legislature, we don't really show the public behind the scenes of what is happening in the committees, that is what creates this perception and this lack of trust towards the MPs and the legislature as a whole. So maybe that is the way that we can remedy this through more access and publications on what parliaments do. So the opinions of the professor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Seychelles. I think the question is pretty clear in terms of the sharing of what Parliament is doing or has achieved, probably as a way of demonstrating the value that Parliament is bringing to the citizens and to democracy. We had Angola, Veronica.
Colegas, primeiro gostaria de agraciar esse momento, que nos dá a oportunidade de irmos aos problemas de facto, e aqui vamos poder refletir sobre o que de facto podemos fazer nos nossos parlamentos para ajudar a ir na raiz das questões. Depois, queria lamentar os dados apresentados do modo geral, faz-nos de facto sentir completamente frustrados, não por incompetência, mas o sistema se calhar impõe que as coisas sejam dessa forma. E dizer que nós em Angola, primeiro dizer que não estamos aqui para construir o que vemos ou que se faz lá ou que dizem, creio que a intenção não é essa, a intenção é mesmo irmos à questão, mas para dizer que os dados são de 2021, são muito recentes. As nossas eleições, por exemplo, demonstraram que já começa a haver uma maior consciencialização dos problemas e da, não digo ineficiência, mas da necessidade de se impor mais responsabilidade à questão legislativa, porque o partido, por exemplo, no poder, já perdeu grande parte do seu eleitorado e isso significa que já começa a haver uma massa crítica maior no país. Em relação à questão geral também, por exemplo, Angola melhorou muito no índice da transparência internacional. Nós subimos alguns pontos na nossa classificação e faz-me pensar que, diante dos dados que vi, que a percepção da corrupção e da corrupção quer no país, quer a falta de fiscalização e até a corrupção nas instituições públicas, se calhar não acompanha muito bem essa trajetória, ou seja, ou o tempo, ou ainda não se refletiu, não é, a melhoria agora, porque os casos de corrupção estão ali à tona, as pessoas estão mais atentas, não sei se há ali um gap ou se de facto as coisas estão mesmo assim. A minha questão vai mesmo para a percepção da corrupção das pessoas, tanto do executivo quanto da fiscalização e quanto da população, relativamente, por exemplo, aos resultados da transparência internacional, que diz que estamos melhores. Não sei se a questão também tem a ver com a comunicação, se o governo está de facto, ou se o parlamento está de facto a informar as pessoas sobre alguma possível mudança que esteja a haver. Queria só perceber aí qual é o desfazamento entre a percepção real e os dados, por exemplo, da transparência internacional. E dizer, pronto, que é uma faca de dois gumes estarmos aqui, porque queremos, mas se calhar não temos o poder para fazer mais. Acho que vai ser excepcional podermos, pelo menos, pôr cá fora as nossas frustrações, como técnicos que devem orientar também, ou dirigir, ou orientar não, mas pelo menos meter a semente na cabeça dos nossos parlamentares, e talvez encontremos aqui uma solução que nos permita fazer isso de forma mais eficiente em prol da maioria dos dados que vimos, foram aqui apresentados pelo professor. Obrigada.
Thank you very much, Veronica. You raise contextual issues. Obviously, parliaments do operate in context, and a lot of that is what we battle with as the support staff or technical staff of parliament. I'm sure the professor will be able to respond to those. Professor, I would like to request that you take those three questions, respond to those three questions and comments before we open up for further questions.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I mean, the first question from Botswana was about the meaning, of the slide. There are several slides that I presented here on corruption. I don't know if the one who was hosting the people is. Can you go to the section on corruption? From slide 22. Further up. Yeah. Yeah. Next slide. I don't know whether that is the one you are referring. And the title of that slide is Perceived Institutional Corruption. So the police is an institution, the parliament is an institution, but of course in judging, the level, or scale of corruption, I'm not quite sure whether the respondents, will be judging parliament in terms of the behavior of MPs or what, say, the parliamentary secretariat does. For instance, if there is, a scandal, as often, in legislative institutions, say, procurement, and it is reported on widely, about procurement scandal, which MPs may not be, involved in. It may be the secretariat, but it is the institution of parliament, that is smeared, with, the black product, and by extension, the MPs. But MPs may be, be uninvolved. They may be clean. So there is a conflation, I think, in the assessments of citizens, as to what is it that they are, pointing at when they, evaluate, corruption, in at parliament as very high, low, or moderate, or as increasing over time. So that's, that's part of the conflation, issue. Who exactly is said, to be, to be corrupt? But of course, the next slide is specific, to MPs, perceived corruption among MPs, among members, of, of parliament. I think generally, in my research, in my analysis, beyond this Afrobarometer, the Afrobarometer service, is that it's a question, of access, MPs' accessibility, to, to the electorate, to the voters. Sometimes access on matters that are really not, that are outside the mandate of their mandate as members of parliament. Attending funerals, for instance, MPs may not feel that it is part of their mandate, or being phoned at midnight, say, my daughter, is, has a high temperature, can you do something? Can you come and collect it and take to the health center? Is that really, the proper role, of the parliament? But the people expect that to assist, if they are not having enough food, they will call their member of parliament if it's contactable. But some, considerable number, of MPs, they are not available when needed, even on those issues that may not be felt to be, within, the jurisdiction of members, of parliament. So visibility is important. Visibility of members, parliament, in their constituency. In South Africa, that's problematic because we don't have those constituencies, So it's difficult for the member of parliament to say, I'm going to such and such, I'm going to my constituency, because they don't have the their constituency because of the nature of the electoral system. Socialists, I think it's actually the first time now, to my knowledge, that your country, is being involved in Afrobarometer. previously in all the 8 rounds, you were excluded. I'm not sure for what reason, but I know that end of last year, there was an evaluation team that went to the Seychelles to establish whether they can you can join in round 9. That is the current round, and then thereafter the subsequent round. And the marketing. I think there is a marketing problem of the products that Parliament Parliament produces. I don't think the parliaments, they market themselves sufficiently. Committee work, we know that is where most of, the committees are the workshop of parliament. That's where most of the policy work, is done. But how many, outside, especially the urban areas, even in the urban areas, they may not know that parliament is, is in session. Even during COVID, committees were meeting, whether virtually or physically, but they were doing that work. They do their work, more in the committees than in plenaries. But who knows? So it's a publication, publicity issue, marketing, issue, in my view. There's not sufficient outreach and selling of what Parliament, and the parliamentarians do, beyond some of the the activities in Parliament. For instance, Zimbabwe, every Wednesday now, the proceedings are they are broadcast live, and I think that has helped perhaps in reconnecting these the voters to their members of Parliament. I think the same problem arises with regard to what my colleague from Angola has said. Angola joined Afrobarometer a bit late, and the worry, I am aware that the worry was not only about logistics and demographics, that the census at that time was not felt to be sufficiently clean enough or adequate for purposes of scientific sampling. But also the worry was the level of I think the level of corruption was quite high, especially under the previous the previous government, not the previous president-elect president. So what the improvement is clear, it is there, for most people, to see. But maybe that it is not, widely known because it is not marketed enough. So it's a question now of, ensuring that, that disconnect between the voters and parliament, is remedied. So the interventions, what is to be done? I mean, that's the key question, Chairman. What is to be done? I think it was Lenin's question. What should be done? The interventions that are necessary in order to remedy, the weaknesses that we are seeing. So we may do good work, but if it's not known, the evaluations from citizens are based on the little that they know about the work of Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. You sum it very well. What is to be done? And I think that is where our value is. We would know, colleagues, that when COVID came and there was lockdown, Parliament started sitting and they started live streaming. We saw how citizens found that to be an opportunity to engage with Parliament, and we could share the different experiences that are in our Parliament. But the important aspect is connecting Parliament with citizens. I think that's where our major challenge is. I remember, Madam SG, when we did the benchmark for democratic legislatures in Southern Africa. After that, we developed a toolkit for Parliament to evaluate their performance or evaluating parliamentary performance. That toolkit would have been a public tool that is available for anyone to assess parliamentary performance. But during that course of the discussion, parliamentarians say, no, this must be a self-assessment toolkit. We'd want to assess our own performance ourselves. So as a result, it didn't gain much traction as a tool. And I think it became a missed opportunity. I don't think that the benchmarks were mainstreamed as much as they could, and would have been a useful resource to national parliament in that regard, because they are comprehensive in covering all the areas. So the question before us is what is to be done. Any further questions? I would want to have 3 if we have enough questions. I see Madam Clerk, Mauritius. Any further, anyone wanting to ask or make comments? Yes, I see Botswana again. Any? Yes, and there must be Mozambique, is it? Yeah. So we'll have Mauritius, Botswana, and Mozambique in that order. Madam Clerk, you have the floor.
Yes, first of all, I would wish to commend yourself, the SADC Parliamentary Forum, for having invited the professor to present the findings of Afrobarometer. And I wish to thank you, Professor, for the presentation. I've learned a lot. I've been around for 2 decades, at least, in Parliament. I know that STRA Consult in Mauritius partners with Afrobarometer, and it so happens that it is headed by an eminent former member of Parliament of one of the big parties in Mauritius that has been there. I know him personally, but the thing is that in Mauritius, we have heard lots about democracy index through the Mo Ibrahim, Transparency Mauritius and Transparency International. But I have hardly ever heard about the work of Afrobarometer. And this presentation that you made, I think, would have interested 100% Mauritians, especially the press and the MPs themselves. And it would have been eye-openers for most of us. But I'm afraid that we haven't heard about this work, 2019, this presentation that you've heard. I would like to know from you whether there is any mechanism for Afrobarometer to disseminate their findings. And I'm especially interested with Mauritius. And right now there's so much going on in Mauritius because we are half year of the mandate, present mandate. And I'm sure that because we know we are a small island state with 1.3 million people, we are highly educated, there's lots of information going on. And I think that this presentation would go a long way to help Mauritius make good choices. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, for the comment, appreciation, the value of the Afrobarometer. Before the professor even responds, the presence of Afrobarometer at this meeting is the beginning of a relationship we, SADC PF, through the SG, is trying to institutionalize so that we constantly are able to provide national parliament with current data and current evidence to inform strategic interventions within the institutions of parliament. So I'm sure that within that, the SG office will be able to facilitate further engagement, but the professor can also further elaborate. Botswana?
Thank you very much, Director of Proceedings. Thank you very much, Prof, for the presentation. I don't know if I missed this. When you were introducing Afrobarometer, I don't know if you said anything about who is funding this good work. Prof, I didn't hear you clearly there because it seems you were saying gathering information is quite an expensive exercise. So I thought I missed the part on the funding part. But my second question really is, yes, we might be members of staff gathered here, but I've had the opportunity to attend one of the sittings with members of parliament. And many of them, when this kind of data is presented, many of them were quite suspect and unaccepting, skeptical. And I just wanted to pick your brains on this one. Why do you think this is the case, Prof? Because to me, or to a person who is not a politician, this data can use it for very good things. In fact, you can use it to help, as the MC was saying there, for you to hear the voice of God, of what people are saying.
Thank you very much, Botswana. On that difficult question note, we move to Mozambique, and I'm sure the professor will be able to respond.
Boa tarde a todos. Primeiro, agradecer pela oportunidade de estar aqui a aprender, não é? Com as experiências dos diversos países aqui presentes. A minha preocupação, professor, reside no facto de Moçambique apresentar índices elevados de corrupção, quando se faz a avaliação do parlamento. No entanto, o parlamento moçambicano tem mostrado muita visibilidade. Temos tido apresentações das sessões plenárias em direto na televisão e também os deputados têm realizado algumas visitas de fiscalização e contato direto com o eleitorado. Eu não percebo qual foi a base usada no estudo para esse índice de corrupção elevado no parlamento moçambicano. Agradecia que o professor nos esclarecesse para ver se nós melhoramos o desempenho do parlamento moçambicano. Muito obrigada.
Thank you, Mozambique, for that question. Very clear in terms of the questions and clarifications being sought from the prof. Professor, you have the floor. We must, after this round, break for lunch. We are already running a bit late so that we are on time.
Thank you, Chair. In respect of the question, for Mauritius, it's really about dissemination. The national partner, that is selected by Afrobarometer, to conduct the survey, it's in the contract that at the end of the field work, and the data cleaning and the data analysis, what they must do contractually is to disseminate the data to various stakeholders, including parliament. It may not be done because some parliaments, don't want, I know in Zimbabwe, sometimes I've approached, the Speaker of Parliament on this, and it's not he was not very, favorable, to that. But I think national partners may not also have the resources, to go beyond a specified number of disseminations. There are public events. In Zimbabwe, there are 2 public events in the capital and in the second city in Bulawayo. Then there are specialized dissemination events, including to the donors, including to civil society, including on a demand basis, where, for instance, a particular institution, it may be the World Bank, said, well, can you come and disseminate, your findings of round 9, to our constituents? And, we happily do that. So I think it's a question of the, national partner fulfilling, the requirements. Certainly Parliament is mentioned, in writing that dissemination should also be done, in addition to other dissemination events, it should also be, to Parliament. Whether virtually or, or physical, or it may be to committees, of Parliament. And if the Parliament, of, Mauritius can make a, a request, to Afrobarometer. I think Mauritius is covered under, East Africa. Yeah, so the Institute of Development Studies at University of Nairobi, if you make a request, for dissemination of, the survey results in Mauritius, they can happily do that. They should be able to, to do that. Failure of which it can be Afrobarometer, headquarters, which is in Accra, Ghana. They can also organize that, either physically or, through virtual dissemination. As I said earlier on during the presentation, Afrobarometer stands ready to assist and do so freely. The other avenue is whereby the national partner can approach, potential funders to say would like to disseminate in, in cities below those that are, capital cities, or provincial cities. And sometimes, the donors, they are agreeable, they are amenable to funding, such a dissemination event. So it also depends, on the initiative of the national, national partner. Then the funding, who funds Afrobarometer? I think the question was from was from Botswana. Afrobarometer gets its funding from a basket, of funders. Sometimes, it varies from one, round to another. But in any single round, there are several funders. In round, I can say, in round 8 and round 9, and the next round, round 10, the main funder is SIDA, Sweden. I think it is providing more than 60 or, I can't be sure of the exact proportion, but 60 to 70% of the funding comes from, SIDA. But there's also the World Bank, there's also the World, Food Program. But what they do is that they will contribute a set of questions that relate, to their, to their portfolio, to their, to their work. Mo Ibrahim, Foundation, it also provides, some, some funding. Transparency International, and of course they do it, in order to have their questions incorporated in the instrument, in the, in the questionnaire. USAID, the European, the European Union. So there are various Bill Gates, Foundation on poverty and I think health related issues. But I can say with confidence that SIDA is the main funder. Sometimes the funders, they are interested in country-specific surveys. For instance, Zimbabwe will be conducting elections, this year. So a funder may come around and say, can you do a pre-election study? So they will fund and under the auspices, or using the protocol of Afrobarometer. So the national partner, in Zimbabwe, will be carrying out that country-specific, pre-election study funded by a specific, specific funding. So, I would say, on the whole, Afrobarometer is funded by various. It's not one, it's not, a single funder, but several. Then, Mozambique, well, the worry is that the data is not very favorable or does not capture the reality on the ground. Is that the question?
Eu penso que os dados provavelmente não estejam a captar o que está de facto acontecendo. Não sei. Acho que o professor, melhor do que ninguém, poderá dizer se é isso ou uma percepção da minha parte. Obrigada.
Yeah, I think that is the importance of contextualizing. When one is writing a paper or analyzing the data, you have to put it in context. In Mozambique, with respect to Afrobarometer, what I do know is that there has been a lot of instability in terms of the national partners. I think they have changed from one national partner to another. They were part of round two, but the national partner, they have been changing almost every round. So I don't know whether that may explain, the quality, whether it is a quality of data issue, but I can assure you that if Afrobarometer was not, happy with the output of a national partner, it would annul those results. That has happened in Zambia. I'm aware of that, the data collected by, a certain national partner was condemned outright, and that national partner was ordered to repeat the survey at its own cost and under closer supervision by Afrobarometer personnel. So it may be, because these are perceptions, as I said earlier on, they are not the reality per se, but these are feelings, these are thought, what people think is happening on the basis of the data that is available to them, the information that is available to them. So it may be a question of how much is information, how widespread is information about what you are saying, is the case in Mozambique. It may be the remoteness, of a certain parts of the country that they don't have the information to judge accurately the level or intensity of parliament or lack of, corruption in the country. So that contextual, background, which I don't have, which you have, would again require an intervention to ensure that the citizens they have enough information, on the basis of which they can more appropriately and adequately respond, to the questions that are posed in Africa. But there are also instances where a single case of corruption, a big one, and I think in Mozambique there has been a very big case, under the previous, I think under the previous administration, a very huge case, of corruption involving, high level, top level, political official, and that single case can be enough to contaminate, the thinking, the feelings, and the perceptions, of the voters when asked, in service.
Thank you very much, Professor, for the responses. There was a question which was asked, what is to be done? When Prof was presenting, there was a slide where he talked about who will bail the cat, who will tie the bell on the neck of the cat. I think as we have lunch, let's ponder on who will put the bell on the neck of the cat. The bell has been bought, the bells have been bought. There are enough bells for all the delegates. And you must ponder on how you are going to tie your bell to the cat. Thank you very much, colleagues. My colleagues from admin will indicate where we are going to have lunch. This afternoon session, the presenters are going to present virtually and from different parts of the world, including where there is very sharp time difference. I was going to plead with colleagues if we can be back at 2:05. so that we are on time. Then when we come back, we will make further announcements. At this juncture, please enjoy your lunch. Where are we having lunch, colleagues?
Lunch is in the main restaurant where breakfast was served.
Thank you, Mrs. Mgandi. We are heading to the main restaurant where we had breakfast. Please enjoy your lunch. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, colleagues. Can we have our ushers ushering in people who are outside to join so that we can resume? Good afternoon, colleagues. Welcome back. We must commence our session as I indicated. Our presenters are going to present online and they are in different parts of the world, including where it is in the early morning hour. And they want to present and make use of what remains of the night. Just Zinkaki and Professor Maduk, I wanted to find out if you need us to share your presentations or you'll be able to share from where you are. We can give you the sharing right. Professor Maduk, you are muted. I wanted to find out if you will be able to share from your end or you want us to share. You need us to share. I would request that you email the presentation to us.
Okay. Oh, I can share. Are you? Is it now time for me to make the presentation?
Just a moment. Ronald, the sound is pretty low. We're struggling to hear. Professor Maduk, you want to speak now? You want to check if we can hear you now?
Yes, I can speak. If you are hearing me, I can proceed.
Okay, I wanted to find out whether you need us to share your presentation or you'll be fine to present from your end.
I'll be fine to present from this end because it's a summary of the report that you already have.
Okay. I see that Justice Dingake has dropped from the Zoom call. We'll confer with him to see if he can join. Colleagues, welcome back. This afternoon session, as per our program, is dedicated to a presentation of findings from a baseline study on mechanisms and practices for separation of powers in SADC National Parliament. The background to this survey is that during the 50th plenary assembly session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, there was a resolution for SADC-PF to develop a model law on the role of Parliament in promoting and protecting constitutionalism and the rule of law in the SADC region. And as part of gathering baseline information which will feed into that process, we SADC-PF contracted two individuals to jointly undertake the study in the mold of Justice Oagile Dingake, is the judge of the Supreme Court and National Court in Papua New Guinea. He's a citizen of Botswana, a distinguished jurist, and his co-consultant is Professor Love Momadou, a constitutional law expert who is from Zimbabwe. And we thought we could dedicate this afternoon to them sharing the findings so that we continue the conversations we have been having since morning. And once again, I want to highlight, colleagues, the need for us to see the linkages from where we started in the morning with the remarks by the Secretary General, a presentation on Parliament as pillars of rights protection, advancing accountability and democratic drive, and then the finding from the Afrobarometer in terms of citizens' perceptions and attitudes on Parliament and institutions of governance. And this afternoon, we buttress that with what is coming out of this study in terms of the separation of powers, what is obtaining in member states, and then we'll be able to have conversations after. So at this juncture, I wish to give the floor to Justice Dingake and Professor Madou. Welcome back, Justice Dingake. I see you are back online. I think we lost you momentarily. You are muted, Justice.
Thank you very much, Kurasha. Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear. Greetings from Southern Africa. How is Papua New Guinea?
It's 10:34 p.m. in Papua New Guinea, and SADC-PF is in material breach of the term of engagement for today. Having communicated that the meeting starts at 2, SADC-PF, in breach of the clear terms of the contract, started at something to 11. I take no issue with that. I only send my greetings, and I am ready to start.
Thank you very much for your grace. We appreciate, and we also appreciate that you could still find time to engage with the group. in spite of the time difference. So before you are senior staff of parliament who are drawn from committees, from procedural side, from legal, from research, where we are looking at the broad topic of parliament as pillars for promoting democratic accountability, promoting human rights, and promoting the democratic drive in Southern Africa. And we are going to be keenly engaged, listening, and we will be ready to engage with you. We'll give you the floor now to proceed. You guide us in terms of how you are going to present the two of you, and then we will then open the session for comments and questions after the presentation. Yes, may I hand over to you?
Thank you, Director of Proceedings. Greetings to everyone. Greetings to all the participants. May I just start off by wishing everyone a happy new year and a prosperous one at that. I've already been introduced, so there's no need for me to reintroduce myself. But I wish to recognize the presence of Her Excellency, the Secretary General of SADC-PF, my dear brother, Professor Lovemore Maduku, a senior parliamentary staff from the region, and the staff of SADC-PF, any distinguished guests who may be here. Just permit me, Director of Proceedings, to thank you most sincerely for your kind invitation extended to Professor Maduku and I to be here today at this very important training workshop. I can assure you that both of us value our presence here, and we also value the overriding objective of SADC-PF, and we extremely value the presence of you all today. Professor Maduku and I are not strangers to SADC-PF. We consider ourselves friends, friends who share the values of SADC-PF, and friends who share the values that are enshrined in the treaty establishing SADC, the values that actually inform the baseline study we are about to unveil to you. We have agreed with my brother, Professor Maduku, being the expert, that he is going to deal with the meat, the heart of the report, as I shall outline in the course of this introductory overview. So we have agreed that my only duty to you today is to give this introductory overview remarks. And I start off with a background information. On the 10th of March 2022, Professor Maduku and I were engaged by SADC-PF to undertake a baseline study on mechanisms and practices for enforcement of separation of powers and checks and balances in the national parliaments of SADC member states. And we deeply appreciate that engagement. We're given 30 days to do the consultancy. And maybe before I get into the time frame, let me say that we are here today because we have been able to conclude that baseline study, and it will be remiss of me if I do not record our sincere thanks to Mr. Kurasha, in particular, who has been very hands-on in this process and been very patient and helpful throughout the entire duration of this process. Her Excellency, Secretary General Boemo Sokoma has also been extremely helpful, and the other staff members of SADC PF. When we were engaged, we were given 30 days to do the consultancy. And as is clear from now, the consultancy took longer. We experienced some obstacles on the ground. That explains why the study took much longer than anticipated. A number of logistical constraints, which constitute the limitations of this study. For instance, given the time frame, it was not possible to do a public survey as most baseline studies would do because of time. And again, because of limitation of time, we had wanted to reach out to the experts in the region, key informants, people of the expertise of Professor Maduku, not including him because he's a consultant, to get some information as experts on the subject matter that constituted the baseline study. That was not possible. As a result of this limited engagement, we're only able to source the data that now constitutes this report from members of parliament from various SADC countries, and not all the members of parliament that we had wished to interview were available to be interviewed. Only a very limited number from a few countries, and those countries are mentioned in the report. And for purposes of my introduction, it is not necessary for me to say which those countries were. Be that as it may, we are very grateful to the few that answered our call and gave us the information that we needed. What we had done as a tool, we developed a set of questions, guide questions, that you could find if you have a copy of the report at the back of the report as Annex 1. That was the basis, the questions, the guidelines that we used to source the data that informed our analysis. And the other source of that data, other than the information we got from the MPs, was the literature review, a desk review, where we read not all, but most of the constitutions of member states of SADC and relevant legislation, reports, scholarly articles on separation of powers and checks and balances, and the case law decisions by the courts. That is what you will find discussed in detail in the report. In our view, the report now contains very useful information that can be used by SADC PF as a stepping stone if they are so minded to fashion the model law on the rule of law and constitutionalism, which is an assignment which I know they are keen to undertake. So the report is organized as follows. I don't know whether you have been served with a copy of the report, but it is basically organized in 6 parts. The first part is the introduction that simply gives the introduction, that some elements of which I've already shared with you. And then part 2, we discuss the conceptual and theoretical framework. That is particularly useful because in order to understand how separation of powers and checks and balances operate in the region, and given the uniqueness of each member state, because not all SADC states have similar constitutions, even the phraseology that is used to capture the concept of separation of powers and checks and balances, it differs The Zimbabwean constitution would express it differently and possibly with different judicial implications. The South African constitution would also express or entrench that differently. The Botswana situation, Namibian situation, Mozambique, Angola, Seychelles, Mauritius, they will capture those differently. So the conceptual and theoretical framework is important to get you started to understand the concepts and the theory around separation of powers. That is a particular expertise of Lovemore Maduku. He excels when it comes to that part. So I have deferred to him as a teacher of law to do that part. My duty is to listen to him if he's minded to come to court to argue some of these things, either to tell him that I do not buy that argument or I buy it. But he is the expert on that. So part 3 is a discussion on separation of powers and checks and balances from selected countries as per the report. And then part 4 discusses the findings, and then part 5, the recommendations, and then we conclude. So essentially, with that overview, Professor Maduku is going to go through within the time available. Also, I think you'll also be mindful of leaving some space for you to interact as much as possible. So that is what Professor Maduku is going to do. So that brings me to the end of my introductory overview of the report, how we started, how we progressed, and now that we have this report that is now finished, and I will now, if you permit me, Director of Proceedings, hand over to Lovemore Maduku to take over from there. I do not intend to go and sleep. I'll be here to engage until I'm duly released by Kurasha, who is in a more powerful position in this scenario. I am at his service. My brother Lovemore Maduku, I hand over to you with humility and respect. You may take the meeting through those parts I have highlighted and as agreed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Judge. I will salute everyone, including the Secretary General, who is among the participants and all the senior officials. They should allow me to first pay my appreciation to you, my colleague, Justice Dingage, for the excellent work. There were moments when I was not available to be able to co-share some of the responsibilities, and you did extremely well to undertake the task that were given by SADC-PF. So I should really publicly say that it's very much appreciated. And for the rest of the participants, I would like to start from where the judge has left. He has given you the overview, the broad overview of what our report entails. What I'm going to do, because I know that at some point you all get to peruse the report. When that happens, you'll be able to discover that it is quite a number of details that are critical. But I'm going to pick those key issues, try to simplify them. The report itself is written in very simple English, so we'll be able to understand, and when it gets translated into the other languages, I just hope that they'll follow that trend, which is very simple. I'm going to pick the major features, so I will number them and say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in terms of our major frameworks, etc. I will start by indicating that the overall thrust of the project was to identify the state of separation of powers and checks and balances in SADC, particularly from the eyes of national parliaments, and then to identify the mechanisms and practices that are clearly in place or that ought to be in place. We also looked at that. And these things are coming out quite clearly. So the objective was to ensure that at the end, we are able to utilize the report or the insights coming from the report to deepen the systems that exist around various countries in SADC. I'll start with what I believe is the first major finding that this report gets. That first major finding is that constitutional systems in SADC are sensitive to the concept of separation of powers. In other words, they are aware of the importance of separation of powers. You will not come across any one country where you can say that there is no sensitivity or some understanding of the fact that there ought to be separation of powers. The differences are that in some countries, separation of powers as a principle is explicitly mentioned, or at least actually put across so clearly that you will say there is separation of powers identified by name. Then the other countries may not identify it by name, neither it's not written specifically, but when you look at everything around the constitutional system, you will see that that constitutional system is shaped by the understanding of separation of powers. So that's our first thing, which is a very good starting point. We are all aware of separation of powers in SADC. We are all aware of its critical role. It is the degree or extent that would be different. Then the second major finding that we want to put across is that the degree of emphasis of checks and balances is still very varied. In other words, there are countries that have a much more central degree of emphasis on the checks and balances, and other countries that appear not as focused, where you could, so we have two streams of countries where we can say here there is sensitivity, much sensitivity to separation of powers. And then countries where it would appear that the sensitivity to separation of powers, although there, but the degree is weak. We will not mention now as we make the presentation, but when you get to read the report, you will be able to put each country in its category and say this is where one would need to improve, this is where one would need to deal with. And that is the second observation that I wish to make coming out of our report. The third one relates to the role and place of the executive in the scheme of checks and balances. Here I'm referring to the executive arm of government, which is headed differently, but the most common figure is the president as the head of the executive. And then you'd get prime ministers where we do not have a president in SADC. But the issue is the same. Where is the executive placed in SADC? Our observation, you will get to see in reading the report. And if it is not coming out clearly, we can always clarify it as we polish it for publication. But you will see that when you read the report and get our findings, executives are still fairly powerful in SADC. In other words, when you look at the president and his cabinet, or the prime minister and his or her cabinet, president, his or her cabinet, you look at the center there. There is a much more than what would be desirable in some respects. The executives are quite powerful. We do illustrate in the report the various powers that they wield. One quite notable power would be the power of making appointments, extensive appointments. Virtually every institution would ultimately end up with the executive. We have a chapter which deals with a summary of the checks and balances in each of our countries in SADC. When you have regard to that chapter, or you have regard to the discussion after this presentation, bear in mind that with the separation of powers, you are largely talking about the three organs of state: the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. But among those three organs, it would appear quite clear in SADC, which is not necessarily unusual. You also get it across the world in many systems and different systems. The executive tends to be quite powerful. So in our case, we make that observation, and then we illustrate as we move through the report the issue of the power of the executive. One area we have pictured throughout, we look, for example, as to who appoints judges. And then we go each country. And even among yourselves as senior parliamentary staff, these are things you can also do on your own. Who appoints judges? So you get here in this country, the judges are appointed by the president, sometimes or without participation of other organs, etc. Here, there is the final say by the executive. So we make that observation as that point number 3, that the executive in SADC and in terms of the checks and balances enjoys quite some substantial powers. As I say so, I wish to draw your attention to the fact that historically, executive systems have come from two main influences. One influence is the American influence, which is the executive presidents, where the president is almost everything when it comes to the executive. He or she is directly elected, appoints ministers from outside Congress. They cannot be removed by Parliament or by Congress. I mean, the typical executive is the American executive, but then yet there are checks and balances there. Then the typical, not very strong executive on paper has been the parliamentary executive, which is given in the example historically coming from the Westminster, from the British, where you have a prime minister who is merely one of the MPs. The prime minister is the first among equals. I mean, that's how the language goes. You have to be a member of parliament first before you can be head of government. You also have your constituency. You may lose an election. You simply become prime minister because you're head of your party, things like that. So then the tendency in those systems is that the executive is not regarded as strong or as strong as the presidential system. What we have seen in SADC is that that distinction is not very evident, even in countries that follow what appear to be a parliamentary system. We can take the example of what would happen in Botswana. There's a very strong parliamentary framework, and presidents could, on paper, appear not to be as powerful as presidents in Namibia, for example, or presidents in Zimbabwe. But in practice, the distinction is limited. You can also pick South Africa, where there's no direct election of the president. You get the president from among the MPs, then once they're elected, they become now just president. What the South African system has done has only been to perhaps make it easy to change presidents, where you can move from one president to the next and to the next within a short space of time and with not much problem. That is what can be the significance of that distinction. But in terms of the powers of presidents,
Justice, I see Professor Maduk is
organ,
present.
it can also easily become a threat to checks and balances.
Professor Maduk, we lost you momentarily.
So I need to move on and indicate that point that I've made in terms of the executive. I hope it is understood. I am just hoping that our report will draw your attention to those things. Where you really want checks and balances sufficiently put, look out to the executive. How is the executive structured? What sort of powers do they have? And so on. There is a potential that they can undermine separation of powers, or at least overshadow the other organs of state. Then now, fourth, we get to our observation about parliaments. Parliament is an important organ. It is one of the three organs. What place do parliaments have in our systems in SADC? How powerful are they? I can easily say that on paper, in terms of our constitutions, when you look at how our constitutions allocate power to parliaments, the position is quite clear that they have power constitutionally. The constitutional systems give them lots of power. No law can be law before passing through parliament. That's quite clear, and that's a constitutional position. And then there are parliaments there that are given powers of votes of no confidence, so they can bring down a government, at least make it accountable. There are also parliaments that have power to impeach the executive, can impeach the president and so forth. You have seen that all these kind of things. So on paper, parliaments are powerful. But from practice, we not there, we have dealt with this before, and this is the most important component. Parliaments do not seem to be exercising the full power that they have under their constitutional system. And this is where it matters. In other words, for checks and balances to be clear and to make sense, Parliament ought to take its place and subject the other organs of state to accountability. How far do you go? How much do you question of the bills that are coming in and so forth? We have put in some sections there that say that Parliament must be sensitive to being a rubber stamp. Where that expression is used, I think we may have reproduced it like that, where in fact you don't ask questions, hear nothing, don't question anything. You just, the program of Parliament is determined by the executive. When does Parliament sit? When do we have an adjournment of Parliament? The executive determines the agenda. Now, there are constitutional systems in SADC which are very clear there that say that Parliament determines its own program as to when does it sit, when does it adjourn, what business comes out of that. We have features of what are called leaders of government business in Parliament, except for 2 or 3 parliaments. We find that most of these government leaders of government business in Parliament tend to have power to influence what Parliament debates and what Parliament does not debate. We believe that to sustain separation of powers and checks and balances, parliaments ought to play their more critical role in ensuring checks and balances. Now, there is a component in our report which encourages Parliament to extend its horizon by bringing on board ordinary people. There is the issue of public participation of citizens in parliamentary processes. That is meant to strengthen Parliament. So Parliament does processes of public consultations. They get reports from what the people are saying. When they confront the executive, they confront the executive on the basis of where they are deriving their power from and say, this is what the people are saying. So there on checks and balances, Parliament is empowered in terms of the constitutional system, but in practice, right across the board, parliaments tend to be rubber stamps. And I think a lot can be done to improve the extent to which Parliament it comes in So I leave that finding that we made around parliaments, you get a lot of it dealt with in the report. Then we get to the other arm of state, which is the third arm of state. This is, as we all know, the judiciary. In our analysis of the judiciary, we've had to be careful about how we formulate the role and power of the judiciary. On one hand, the judiciary is quite powerful in terms of what it can do. It is the only organ that may actually determine whether or not what has been done by other organs is lawful or constitutional. That is a lot of power. So it doesn't matter, someone can take the president or the executive to court and await a court decision. Parliament itself can be taken to court and people await decisions. Laws made by parliament can be taken to court. So on the face of it, the judiciary has been quite a powerful arm. Now, to what extent do we have our judiciaries in SADC playing their critical role of making everyone accountable and playing the checks and balances? Here, we would say with confidence that every court in SADC is aware of what it can do. Every court in SADC has had occasions where it has flexed its muscles, if I may say so. Our report would have been too long if we had gone through and through to look at each critical case in each country. But we are impressed to find that there is sensitivity to the fact that a court can make other organs accountable by simply ruling that what those organs have done is contrary to law. However, there is a lot of debate among the judges themselves. And I think we record some instances in the report where in some cases, judges have not agreed. We have picked an example of a case in South Africa where you found that the Chief Justice was in the minority. In other words, the majority of the judges were on the other side. The Chief Justice was with fewer judges, so his viewpoint as Chief Justice did not prevail. But the Chief Justice there wrote a very interesting opinion in which he was criticizing the majority of the judges for ignoring separation of powers. That's quite clear there. You ignore separation of powers and say, look, this can't be the role of a judge. We have gone too far, and so on. Now, we believe that that promotes checks and balances. That actually encourages constitutionalism and the rule of law. We may not agree with the decisions of the judges, or we may not agree with the position taken by the courts, but the conception is important. That very idea that there are checks and balances that are provided by the courts, it's very important. It's not about you agreeing, but you understanding that this is part of a system that provides for checks and balances. So as we put this report across, we believe that it could encourage that spirit, that we may improve the quality of what the courts say in the course of their decision making. But we must appreciate and very much support the view that the courts have a legitimate basis to intervene and be involved. Now, having said that, there are still some elements in SADC of systems or politicians that are not yet giving the courts their legitimate foundation. In other words, you look at courts with sensitivity and say that courts are less legitimate than the other arms of government to engage themselves in certain frameworks or certain decisions. That is incorrect. We do say in passing that it's important that judges must not overreach, but at the same time, they must not over-restrain themselves. So overreaching and then over-restraining. They must try and strike the appropriate balance as to how far they go. So you'll see in the report that we've quoted 1 or 2 judgments where the highest courts are putting across warnings, like before they make a decision, they say, look, these days things are different. The old days, the executive or the parliament could get away with it. Our constitution no longer allows it. I think we did quote a judge from Zimbabwe in a case in which she was saying the old constitution didn't allow us to get to question parliament as much as we can do now. It didn't allow us to question the executive as much as we can do now. And so here we find that useful in saying that courts do not want to shock the other arms of state. And that's what checks and balances are all about. You provide sufficient warnings and then you move on to the other aspects. So there we have made the observations, and I think you'll be able to look at that as you look at it. Then I move on to the fact of generally, how are checks and balances registered in the various constitutions that we looked at? We quickly observe in our report that it must be Parliament that ought to have the primary responsibility of ensuring checks and balances. Parliament is better placed than the other 2 organs to deal with this. And the reason why that is so is that the other 2 organs are specialized organs. The executive is specialized. What does it do? It's no administration, policy formulation, day-to-day running of affairs of state, things. It's really the running around sort of thing. And that arm of government cannot be the one responsible for accountability or checks and balances, because it is what that organ is doing, which is normally the main basis for accountability. Then the judiciary has a very narrow scope of play. It is there to look at the law, apply the law to given situations. And although it is independent and very powerful in that regard, but the judiciary itself is a specialized arm of state with the limited scope. Now, what about Parliament? Parliament cannot be so constrained. Every formulation will give you the framework that Parliament has all the powers that it wants to get. You only deny Parliament a responsibility if there is a specific prohibition that says Parliament cannot do it. If there is no such prohibition, then Parliament can do it. It is the organ of state that is given. When you get to read, I think that formulation remains in the Constitution of Botswana, which says that Parliament exists to make law for order and good government. That's how it is put. Law for the order and good government of the country. Now, what does it mean to say order and good government? It's really a wide expression and so forth. Then we know that for it to do that, we have now formulations which were led by the formulation in South African Constitution, now followed by the formulation in Zimbabwe, Zambia, and so forth, where you have what is now popularly known as an oversight responsibility of Parliament in making all the kind of things that ought to be done. Now, that oversight responsibility has no limits. Parliament is encouraged to be very creative in its attempt to provide what are called checks and balances. And these checks and balances, we have noted that they have not yet extended to the judiciary. We would not expect Parliament to tell courts what to do. But when we say accountability, even the courts are accountable to the people. The judiciary is accountable to the people. Now, that accountability to the people must still be manifested through Parliament. Now, Parliament cannot invite the Chief Justice and want to ask him to answer questions as to how they are deciding matters. But Parliament can invite the administration of the courts to debate how they are operating administratively, which is key. Do they have enough transport? Do they have good buildings? How are they? No, things like that. That will always make the judiciary sensitive to the fact that it is not a power unto itself. So we would suggest there in the report that as Parliament plays its role of providing checks and balances, these checks and balances don't just relate to the executive. The checks and balances also relate to the judiciary. You must play the role of ensuring that that is what ought to happen. Then I should finally look at the things that we have observed. And these things relate to, does separation of powers require a distinct separation, which is such that the three organs of state do not crisscross or do not relate with each other? That is not separation. Separation of powers that we observe and we encourage is that there must be overlaps to ensure that there is interdependence. These organs are organs of the same state. And so you cannot have them disjointed and say that Parliament is total on its own, the executive is total on its own, the judiciary is there. You cannot have three organs of state that are not in any way related. So there is a lot of framework that we observe, but which is not as developed as we would wish. And I think that in the model law, judging from the way our report goes, that should be very distinct in the model law, relating to the interconnectedness of the various arms of state. I'll give an example. When we are appointing judges, some of the countries here require public interviews. And then when those public interviews take place, members of Parliament are involved in the interviewing process. Now that is one way in which Parliament brings the judiciary close to accountability. Some people are complaining in other countries and saying, look, that is to overdo it. How can a judge to come be interviewed by a politician? I'm sure that we have seen some of the interviews that have taken place in South Africa, where I suppose that our politician Malema has been quite prominent, and I've seen it coming all on videos, in trying to ask certain questions that might appear uncomfortable. There is a lot of debate there, but the reasoning of that system is that you must bring the judiciary close to the people. They derive that power from the people. And there is no better representative of the people than a parliamentarian. When you want to say how close do you get to them? Under the old system, which is in our case in Southern Africa, mainly from the British, it was the executive that was said to represent the people. So you would not involve MPs. But all of you are aware of what the Americans introduced, where they are the ones that started with the president nominating a possible appointee as a judge. And then that person is subjected to interviews by the Senate, which is a part of Congress. That the thinking of that system is that you must still bring the people somewhere around. So that's one example of trying to bring accountability when it matters in issues of that. Then the other accountability, which is also controversial, we didn't want to say it a lot here in our report. It is where Parliament is so unhappy with the decision of the courts, to the extent that you want to change the law to reverse or to do away with the consequences of an unfavorable judicial decision. Now, in principle, accountability extends there. The courts can be wrong. The courts can be out of touch with the realities of what is going on. And they do themselves accept that we were wrong previously. But in some systems, they say, wait until the courts correct themselves. That is not always the better way to do. There are some issues where it might make sense for Parliament to intervene. So there's nothing wrong with some well-organized debate which doesn't insult the judiciary, but which raises concerns around certain processes that have been undertaken by the judiciary. So there I am talking about the extent to which there can be interconnectedness among the organs. So you have systems where members of parliament are also ministers, which is the system that is around almost the entire SADC. The countries that have said, do you appoint ministers from outside? They don't. They only limit to 2 ministers or 7 ministers, just a few. So that conception is, you are obviously drawing your executive from parliament, from the legislature. That means they are connected. What is clearly separate will be the judiciary, and the relationship with the judiciary stems from the appointment process where the politicians are involved, and rightly so. It is the extent to which you allow politicians to overdo it that matters, but you cannot avoid politicians in the appointment process of judges. I want to close and say that the findings that we've made, what I've summarized, you'll see in the opening where we summarize the findings, that the themes that we pick there are such that I should close with those ones. They are important. The first theme is that separation of powers is an important technique for ensuring that society is governed with checks and balances that promote development. It is not an end in itself to say that let's just have separation of power. It's a means to an end, and that end is development of society. Power must not be concentrated in the hands of any one set of politicians, because when power is concentrated in the hands of one set of politicians, there is no incentive to develop. There is also a lot that comes in. You get corruption, you get all sorts of things. So we need the separation of powers as an unavoidable link towards our own development as a people and as a region. Then separation of powers is a component of what is called constitutionalism and the rule of law. You also see these things as well. They are not separated. When we talk about constitutionalism and the rule of law, we are saying that we ought to have a law in place, and let's have good laws in place that we will then follow. Which takes us to a theme that we do not develop, but which will cover amendments to the laws or amendments to the constitution. Because the things that we have raised in our report may require that as you develop the model law and we get the model law, we believe that perhaps we will be involved in those whole processes. When we get the model law, the consequence of a model law for all of you senior officials is that it might require some amendments to the existing law so that you accommodate the model. You can't have a model law which remains model. It's a model law that must promote change in its direction. Like even the things that I've said as a summary, you are all able to pick which things are in your country, which things are not in your country. But if things are not in your country and you believe they are good things, you obviously have to ensure that they are in, and the model law will require us to engage in constitutional amendments, to engage in some constitutional reform, which is what those models are. And for you to then engage in constitutional reform, you will then have to understand the logic of the various rules, which is what our report tries to do. We try to engage with the logic. Why are we having this rule? And here we prominently say that we have these rules to promote checks and balances. And those checks and balances are needed to get to where we want to go. Those will be what I can call a summary of what we did. We also have a section which looks at the questionnaire, the people that were asked to input into this. That did help to get to understand how some people think and what they're sensitive to. I'm sure more of that can be done. But the most important thing, or the most important outcome from this project, ought to be to increase the level of awareness of the importance of separation of powers and checks and balances in our systems. That's how I would conclude my presentation. Over to you, Justice Dingake, if then you want to close before they ask questions. But I think I've done justice to the report. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you for that eloquent exposition of the report. You couldn't have illuminated it better. And I emphasize illuminated it. When you articulated it verbally as you did, there was some sharpness that illuminated the whole thing. So there really nothing much to add. I think you've captured everything beautifully. I think what you spoke to, there is the constitutional and legislative framework around separation of powers, checks and balances in the SADC is uneven. You find that some countries are very strong in terms of provision in the constitution, others are not so strong, others are quiet. But as you rightly pointed out, in none of these countries, is there any suggestion, even a whisper, that we do not recognize separation of powers. It is the practice of it that would vary. Lovemore, don't call him by that first name because I can, because it's my friend. Lovemore said something very important. He kept on saying, and it doesn't matter how long I engage with these issues in court, in scholarship, in everything, but when he kept on emphasizing this particular point that on paper, on paper, you see that is very, very strong. How do we bridge? In your model law, you may want to answer, how do you bridge what is on paper and what eventually is supposed to prevail? Parliaments are so powerful in their nature, even in terms of the provisions, yet so weak at the same time. Powerful, yet so weak. And where do they derive the weakness? And I know we didn't have enough time. A professor would have gone in depth about how the party system that obtains in our respective countries dilutes some of these powers, and Parliament ends up mortgaging literally itself to the executive, because from whence they get their marching orders from the executive. Yet some constitutions beautifully say, as he quoted, Parliament is there for the good order and good governance, all those loaded statements that really make them very powerful. Even in the courts are not beyond the reach of Parliament, because there can be no law without that law being made by Parliament. So parliaments are very powerful, but I think the story of parliaments in the SADC countries, there is a concern in the literature and generally that maybe they could do much better. of recent, I don't know, Prof, the last country in the region to do constitutional amendment, is it Zimbabwe or there was another country that came thereafter?
There
must
was
be Zimbabwe.
Zambia. And Zambia then did it much later than Zimbabwe.
Didn't Zambia abort?
They didn't go to a referendum, but they then had the amendment, which is now the one that.
Yes, very. So you find that there have been subsequent amendments by different countries that explain the unevenness in the constitutional and legislative framework. Otherwise, I think you will also find the recommendations that we make. And some of those recommendations, I think, include that it would be ideal if SADC countries could have a common approach in many other issues of constitutional design and constitutional re-engineering. There could be some common approach. There can never ever be identical approach because the circumstances and history of each country would have a bearing on the constitutional architecture of each country. But one hopes that in the course of time, maybe with your model law, we can have a situation where every constitution in the SADC country, for instance, opens with a set of constitutional values that include respect for constitutionalism and the rule of law, spells out in clear terms separation of powers, maybe some close uniformity around appointment of judges and how we secure the independence of parliaments. How do we make sure that they're in charge of their own program, they're in charge of their own resources, and issues of impeachment and so forth, and almost all the three arms of the state, the parliament share will require additional resources, infrastructure, and we must also make sure that the tug of war that often develops within these three arms of government, the executive does not use the resources that it controls to beat parliament and judiciary into submission, which sometimes happens. But all these things can be, the law has a lot to play. There's politics to it, but the law also has a very important role to play because the executive is a creature of law. Parliament is a creature of law. The judiciary is a creature of law. And indeed, our countries are creatures of law. So you see how law is critical and we can use it to shape constitutionalism, the rule of law, and good governance going forward. That's all I wanted to add. Thank you very much, Prof, for that input. Over to you, Kurasha.
Permit me to appreciate the presentation by the two eminent persons from the region, and I think they deserve a second round of applause. When all is said and done, with all these concepts, whether you view them as abstract or practical, the bottom line is exactly the note on which Justice Ngaki parted. He said, how do you bridge, having emphasized what came out from the presentation by Professor Madu on paper, then he said, how do you bridge on paper, what is on paper and what must eventually prevail? And parliaments are so powerful and yet so weak. At the end of the day, where do we locate ourselves as staff of parliament? Sometimes it can be quite overwhelming when these things play out and we see ourselves as drops in the ocean. But sometimes when you are capacitated, there may be windows of opportunity to make a difference when we are able to draw from, for instance, the model laws that they alluded to bring to bear at national level the practicality of these issues. At this juncture, I wish to open up for comment, questions, or any observations that colleagues might have for the attention of our distinguished consultant. I will have 3 questions. So I see 2 hands. May I have the third one? Yes. So it will be the 3 gentlemen. I usually want to be inclusive in governance. So gender equality is not on paper for me, it's also practical. But in this exceptional circumstances, I will allow the 3 gentlemen to answer, to ask questions. So let's start with you and him, and then we go to the next.
Thank you very much. First, let me thank the 2 presenters for the good presentation. It has been well articulated. However, I would have wished if they said more on the financial independence of the other arms of government, because the executive controls the pace of government. As such, I think we've seen instances whereby the executive denying maybe the judiciary or parliaments the much needed resources. You may have them budgeted, of course, yes, but government could not be able to fund these 2 other arms of government. Second thing, in other circles, people have argued that the judiciary does have absolute powers over other arms of government, because the executive as well as parliament do not have a chance to question decisions made by the courts. Sometimes it's maybe because of fear for members of parliament to question in view maybe that if they happen to be on the opposite side of the law, the courts will come and hit back. So I think maybe I'll be able to hear from our 2 presenters what their comments would be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Important question regarding the financial independence or control, where the executive sometimes can leverage by closing the tap, making sure that there is behavior from the other arms of government. And the second question regarding the counter-majoritarian dilemma in terms of Justice Dingake sometimes has described judicial officers as politicians in robes, just to highlight the possibility of this dilemma. I'm sure they will articulate on it. The second gentleman. Check the floor.
Thank you very much. Alex from Zambia. I also wish to thank the 2 presenters for the good presentation. I wish to start by agreeing with the presenters that the executive arm of government are fairly powerful, including in Zambia. The concept of separation of power is really very difficult, because there are times when the arms, especially the executive arm of the government, overlaps or goes into the other arms of government. I'll give an example. In Zambia, the budget for the judiciary, which is a different arm of government, is presented by the Minister of Justice, who is from the executive arm of government. My question is, doesn't this fly into the teeth of the concept of separation of power? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. Zambia again, very clear. Mozambique?
Muito obrigado. Começo
Just a moment. Just a moment. I want to make sure that Justice Jingake and Professor Madru, you are able to access interpretation, because the colleague is going to file in Portuguese. Ronald?
Okay, I just click the one on Portuguese or something.
Yes, you are. Ronald? Where's Ronald?
You're supposed to click.
You click English.
Yes.
Or I click English.
Yes.
You must click English.
Select
All right.
and you mute original. Pedro, are you able to test if they can hear you? They must confirm. We want to find out if you can hear Pedro.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. They can hear you. Yeah, let's proceed.
Muito obrigado. Chamo-me Vasco Vicente Chibanti, funcionário parlamentar de Moçambique. E começo por agradecer as demais entidades aqui presentes que nos brindaram com o seu saber, e também aos últimos professores intervenientes que nos brindaram também com seus magníficos saberes. Falando da questão de separação de poderes, em geral, na comunidade da África Austral, é muito complexo. Indo para a experiência própria do meu país, encontramos um presidente que nomeia o primeiro-ministro, tendo ele como próprio presidente, chefe do governo e chefe do Estado, e também que nomeia o presidente do Supremo Tribunal, o mesmo nomeia o presidente do Conselho Constitucional, presidente do Tribunal Administrativo e o Procurador-Geral da República. Sendo assim, nomeado por o presidente da República, acaba sendo diluído a questão da decisão, porque na tomada das suas decisões, essas entidades acabam tomando de forma cega, em obediência ao presidente da República, a pessoa a quem nomeou. Entretanto, eu gostava de saber do professor que acabou de nos apresentar a sua intervenção agora, eu como funcionário parlamentar, qual é o contributo que posso fazer junto do meu parlamento para que essa prática seja ultrapassada? Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Mozambique. It's very pointed. You want to know what can I do as an individual, being a mayor staff of parliament, what can I do to make a contribution? Best scope for me to make a contribution. Those three questions, may we allow you to respond, Professor Madruku and Justice Ngake?
Okay, I can start. Yes, I might want to start with the last question, which is what can I do as an individual to be able to contribute? I believe that it's a very genuine question, in the sense that we are staff members of parliament, but we are also citizens. And then as in our capacity as citizens, when we are at work, we ought to utilize the framework to promote these things that we're talking about. I think staff members of parliament, their role is to encourage in very informal ways MPs to appreciate these things without talking politics. Let's assume that there's a workshop that is being organized, which is to be attended by members of parliament. And I'm a member of staff. I'm sure I can do everything to encourage MPs to realize the importance of that. I think let's attend. This is very important, things like that. The way in which you speak out to these MPs that you interact with could be useful. Of course, the other way is I'm sure your lines of duty might require you to be organizing meetings or workshops that can help to promote the values we are talking about. That's the furthest I can go with that aspect. Then I come to what came from our colleague in Zambia, where separation of powers is really difficult because the executive is fairly powerful, and is the issue of the budgeting not flying in the face of separation of powers. We would not necessarily say that there's a big problem in defining what is executive, what is legislative. So the idea that budgets are proposed by the executive and presented to parliament for approval or rejection, I think it promotes checks and balances, and that no one arm of state must be able to do that. It would be a totally different thing if parliament itself were to be the one doing the budgeting, because it would then lack the input of the executive. The executive proposes the budget because it is involved in the day-to-day work of government. So they ought to be the ones to propose. But when they propose budgets, parliament should not understand. I think Justice Dingaki spoke very well about other things that we do not address here, which relate to political party control of parliamentary business. Unwritten, but very real. And that's how parliaments operate. They vote along party lines, they do caucuses, they always, toe the party line and so forth. So that is what might actually be affecting the effectiveness of parliament. So with budgets, I would not say that the mere thing that they are proposed by the executive is in itself undermining separation of power. I think it promotes checks and balances. That's how I would put it. But you are very correct to say that the executives are fairly powerful. Which also takes me to the other, Justice Dingaki will add, which came in the first person to raise questions saying financial independence and control. They go ahead. The executive use its control of the purse to control other organs. That is merely one way of doing it, but that should not, if we are fairly clear as to what separation of powers is, that should not disturb checks and balances. In effect, you have the money. That is not enough to determine what happens. We should be able to question you in terms of the priorities of our money. The money that the executive has is the money for the country's money of society, and that they can propose to make issues work. So I think we shouldn't, in my view, exaggerate the extent of financial independence of the executive because controls money, because other organs can come in to deal with that. Whether judges are politicians in robes, Justice Dingaki will address it, but I can say, as far as I know, this comes from what we have said right at the beginning. There are those people that want to say that judges are less legitimate than other organs of state. That is not correct. There are three organs of state. Judges exercise legitimate state power when they decide on matters. It will be the state exercise of state power, which comes through judicial frameworks and judicial interpretation of laws. And it is not less legitimate or more legitimate than the power exercised by other organs of state. So when we characterize them as politicians in robes, many people who say so, I think they do that from a misunderstanding of the real checks and balances that ought to exist. The courts tell you that you have crossed the line. Then you say, who are they to do that? That's politics. I mean, the whole running of the state is political. Interpretation of law is political. If we define law politics that way. But what ought to happen is that this project must be expanded for people to understand what we mean by checks and balances. I may want to close by telling you that where this counter-majoritarian dilemma emerged in the United States, it's no longer a good argument in itself to simply attack the judiciary on the basis that it is playing politics. That's not enough. You must look at what the judges said, and then you criticize it on the basis of this not being a merited decision, or not being a correct decision, or an undesirable decision. Do it that way. The idea of saying this is political is a very cheap score to want to make. People must engage all our arms equally and realize that they have a legitimate right or power to do that. So I end there, Judge.
Thank you very much. I think I share your sentiments. It is often said, you hear it a lot, that the executive controls the purse, they control the money, and not only do they control the purse, they control the gun. The instruments of coercion lies with the executive, and it is often also said that the only thing that we in the judiciary have is our moral integrity, our learning, and the public confidence that we may have as a result of carrying out our duties properly. So the very lifeblood of the judiciary in that sense will be the public confidence that the people have in the judiciary. So the issue of finances has been a controversial issue for many countries and has relevance to the separation of powers, of course. Some years ago, I was appointed by the Chief Justice in Botswana to chair a committee of judges and registrars on the question of financial autonomy of the courts. And I went around the world to see what models are there of financing the judiciary. In some countries, the constitution is very clear about the manner in which the judiciary should be financed from the consolidated fund. In other countries, the constitutions are silent or are not that clear. South Africa has tried to take concrete steps around ensuring financial autonomy of the courts to some extent. So they created the Office of the Chief Justice that is more or less very autonomous and has made headway in terms of financial autonomy. So the issue of finances is critical, because if you have a situation where one arm of the state uses that control to beat into compliance or beat others into conformity, that would be violative and abuse of that power. So I think the situation captured in Zambia is similar in many respects to the situation that obtains in Botswana. But all these things speak to the unevenness of the separation of powers within SADC. And in some countries, you can say separation of powers is extremely loose. Many years ago, when I was a practitioner and representing train crew drivers back in Botswana who were on strike and ordered by the industrial court to go back to work, and they were unhappy with that decision of the industrial court, and they came to me. I took up the issue that the order of the industrial court amounted to forced labor, and that it was incompetent. That matter was referred as a constitutional question to the High Court, and eventually went to the Court of Appeal. And that resulted in one of the most comprehensive judgments in Botswana that actually deeply interrogated separation of powers in Botswana, the overlapping of the powers of these three arms of government of the state, and concluded that separation of powers in Botswana is actually very loose. In other countries, it may not be that loose. There was also a mention that judiciary has absolute powers because the executive and the legislature cannot question the courts. They can call the courts, they can criticize the courts, by the way. Judges are not sacred cows. They are not beyond criticism. They can be criticized, but of course they cannot be told how they must decide cases because that would be interfering with the independence of the judiciary. So the situation in Zambia is similar and it has those concerns that you raised in Zambia. And I think I share the answers with respect to what an individual can do that was posed from Mozambique, that as a citizen, there is a role to play, and being proximate, being housed in that House of Parliament also gives you opportunity to influence formally or informally about what is the best practice or the best way of going through these things if you have an opportunity, especially in situations where you are being capacitated like today, where you have the opportunity to understand the depth of separation of powers. You can influence in some limited ways how to go about these issues. So those would be my comments on those three questions. There is no country that has absolute separation of powers, none. There will always be this overlapping, but the extent of the overlap differs. But we have as big challenge, in my view, the party system that has basically eroded very significantly the safeguards that are in the Constitution, where the commands are taken at party congresses and party caucuses. In some countries, political parties are even are hardly recognized as entities, yet at their congresses, they can take very sweeping decisions that actually impact on separation of powers. When you look into the model law, when eventually, Your Excellency, Madam Secretary General in Kurasha, and this is a serious matter, when you eventually look into the model law, I think you'd have to come head on with how the law can dilute the power of parties. If you don't tackle it head on, I think we are going to have a problem of very good constitutional provisions on paper that actually don't translate in practice. And the failure of the translation into practice, because the entire country is imperiled. When you don't have separation of powers, or when party caucuses becomes too powerful, then you are undermining constitutionalism, you are undermining the rule of law, and you are undermining democracy in the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those responses. I was attracted to the very last part, Justice Bengake, where you alluded to this training as an example of the exposure that may help an individual officer of parliament to do something by being exposed to these matters and being in spaces where we are collectively engaging at regional level. The hope is that at national level, we find a way of cascading these opportunities so that even our own individual members are exposed. Sometimes it is also a question where some of the members may not always be adequately exposed regarding these matters. If they do not do anything after they have been exposed, that's something else. But let's try and do something so that even members are also equally exposed. Can we have a second round of questions? I see 1, 2, where is the third one? We always do 3 so that when there is a deadlock, we have a casting vote. I see 2 hands. Where is the third one? Oh, yes, Madam Clark. So, yes, Madam, the gentleman over there, and Madam Clark. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. So allow me to say that indeed the doctrine of separation of powers is an essential element, especially specific reference to the issue of rule of law, because without a proper separation of powers, the rule of law will be jeopardized. And also, following Justice Dee's comments, he said that in certain countries, and specific reference to Botswana, he said, he mentioned that the issue of separation of powers is still like. My question now to Prof. Maduku is, how can Parliament as institution, that is the administrative side where I belong as a staff, and parliamentarians as individuals, improve the mechanisms and practices for the enforcement of separation of powers? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very clear, but very pertinent. What can we do from an administrative side of Parliament? Yes, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much. And let me thank the judge and the professor for the presentation. I think at some point, Professor, you mentioned that one aspect that separates the 3 arms of government are their functionalities, whereby, for example, the executive has powers to appoint, and where Parliament has powers to make laws, and then the judiciary to interpret the laws. And then I think at the very end also, the judge said that the overlaps that are there amongst the 3 arms of government are necessary and that they are relevant. Now, that brings to my mind a discussion that Montesquieu, who was a French theorist, had in his book called The Spirit of the Law, where he said there has to be that horizontal separation of powers, the horizontal application of separation of powers. Now, from what has been discussed, in your opinion, Judge as well as Professor, are you saying that there is no way, for example, the SADC region can achieve that horizontal application of separation?
Thank you very much. Let's move to Madam Clark.
I just wanted to bring a small contribution to the building exercise, especially with regard to the financial autonomy of parliaments. In the same way as the Honorable Justice Dingake mentioned for the judiciary, the budget of the judiciary can be charged directly from the consolidated fund. And in one way of ensuring that Parliament reach that autonomy and be free from the executive dominance. This is practiced in many other legislatures, which are equally democracies, like in India, in the UK House of Commons. Their budget is charged directly from the consolidated fund. But of course, for that to be in place, there must be some sort of mechanism. Well, in the UK House of Commons, they operate like a corporate body, They have the House of Commons Commission. It was established by way of an act of parliament. So, it is headed by the speaker, and they have the leaders, all the parties who are represented on the board with the clerk and the finance director, etc. They draw up the budget, and then it is charged. It is approved and it's charged from the consolidated fund, so that it's just as if they can charge any sum of money, of course, because the country has limited resources. But then to reach there must be consensus at some point in time for this bill to be to come into the into Parliament and be passed with all the processes. But then there must be, since we said that it's the capacity limit in the size, as staff members and then as citizens, I think this can be brought on the public place, and when all the stakeholders discuss about separation of powers, how best we can have better institutions. This can be discussed because in India, I know that even the director of audit, the budget for director of audit is charged directly from the consolidated, and this is how they strengthen institutions. I think this is we are not inventing anything. This is done in many other legislations, and this can be explored. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that contribution, Madam Clerk. It will help to enrich the discussion. Allow me to invite our source person to respond to the two questions. You have the floor, Professor and Justice.
Let me do an overview. Let me do a quick overview and leave the expert to give the detail. You know, Professor Maduku spent his day in class to answer these questions. I think the first one, I may have missed some of the questions. But there was the question, I think I understood it to ask what can be done from the administrative side of Parliament. I think it takes the debate further from the one that I had flagged. That I think this separation of powers, constitutionalism, the rule of law, is work in progress. Let me put it that way. Is real work in progress. And until the citizenry understands what it's all about, what is in it for them, what advantages are there in organizing government in that manner. Once they understand that the advantages, there is public good in dividing power in that manner, so that none of the organs of the state have absolute power over another, and that each one of them can check each other. That is what Montesquieu would have said, you know, is the antithesis of concentration of power in one central authority. Because as Montesquieu would say, that is the very definition of tyranny. So what we can do as senior members of Parliament and so forth, when you're exposed to meetings such as these, is to continuously, I think, in appropriate meetings, push an agenda that builds up on capacitation. And one of my concerns, I think SADC PF has done very well with respect to Mr. Grasha, I'm being warned that my power may go off, and I'll have to migrate, I don't know, to some other place to plug in. So I think SADC PF has done very well in terms of exposure to parliamentary staff, to MPs. But I think one gap that remains is engaging the executive, which holds the power. Some formula must be found of constant and continuous engagement with the executive. So you as members of as part of parliamentary staff, I think your role literally lies in designing programs of capacitation. Is one of one of the ways in which you can contribute. The matter of horizontal, I think I've touched on that. The horizontal power sharing, which basically speaks to that no organ has unlimited or absolute powers. I think is critical. As I say, within the SADC states, because of the different constitutional and legislative framework, is quite uneven. But the constitutions are sensitive to power sharing in that sense, in a manner that avoids one organ being too powerful over the other. Although we know in practice what has happened is that the executive continues to be quite powerful in our region. That was by way of overview. Lovemo, you can take over from there.
Okay.
I'm going to look to plug this. Yes.
Thank you, Judge. I think you have almost answered. It was more than an overview there. I could start with just adding what can be done from the administrative side of Parliament. I think the answer given by the judge there is the correct one. All that we should aim to do from an administrative arm is to appreciate what is happening now, keep more and more capacity, appreciation of the issues, and then extend that capacity to the MPs themselves. I think that the administrative arm of Parliament must aim to see Parliament itself producing its desired results, and that how they contribute to that desired results. From our experience, it is raising the level of appreciation of roles by parliamentarians. I think your first task must be to ensure that parliamentarians understand what they have to do. You give them capacity to engage in these things. In other words, it must be administrative support to the checks and balances through parliamentarians and encouraging them, as we can say once more. That is what I can just add. Then there is the question of whether there is no way in which SADC can achieve what has been said there to be horizontal separation. We cannot say that it cannot be achieved, but what ought to be realized is that separation is not necessarily separation in the absolute sense, where you actually have three distinct organs without overlaps. That has never been a desirable way. Some people have said, let's not pursue it. Don't even make it an agenda, because what is important is what is the purpose of separation of powers. Separation of powers is to prevent the concentration of power in any one organ, is to promote checks and balances with a view to development, with a view to ensuring that state power is used for the good of all. So to achieve that, you might not need to work and overwork yourself with a strict separation, because there are practical difficulties with coming up with a totally separate infrastructure. It will be very difficult to come up with that. So you have to rely on the experiences of other countries that have worked on separation. And it is said over and over again that the best model of separation of powers is to strengthen checks and balances, rather than to waste a lot of energy in trying to get a distinct separation. That would be ideal, but it has never been reached. And we achieve more by checks and balances. And that's what we see the ingredients are there in our constitutions.
Thank you very much, Justice and Professor. I want to find out from colleagues if there are any further questions, and the open opportunity for such comments. does not appear like there is any remaining questions. And on that note, I would wish to express our sincere gratitude to Justice Dingake and Professor Madu for being available to engage with this group on this important matter, a matter that we are battling with as staff of Parliament. Thank you very much. I was keen to see if anyone had changed position when power has briefly gone. And, I can confirm that no single chair was moved. At this juncture, and I'm not sure that our guests are still online. If they are, we wish to allow them the opportunity to exit the meeting as we proceed. Colleagues, at this juncture, we must move towards conclusion of concluding our day. And to do that, I wish to find out from Mr. Mungandi if there are any administrative announcements.
Thank you, Shirley. Just to indicate that we paid allowances for dinner and incidentals into your bank accounts. We do not pay cash anymore. So some of you may not have received the monies yet. We do apologize for that. We tried to process as soon as we could. So you have to pay for your dinner and any other incidentals. We're only providing lunch at our cost and accommodation. Thank you.
What passes?
Yes, and please, could you hand over your boarding passes to Renda? I'm sure most of you have already met him, because we need those for our accountability purposes. Your boarding passes, please.
Thank you very much. Then the other announcement, colleagues, is that
And sorry, before you go, just to advise that there's a shuttle that goes to Santon Mall every 30 minutes, hotel shuttle. I'd advise that if you want to go to the mall, you make use of the shuttle rather than looking for public transport, because then we cannot guarantee your safety. Thank you.
thank you, Mrs. Mungandi. It was on the shuttle that our minds met. I also wanted to talk about opportunities for those who may wish to do retail therapy. That there is a complimentary shuttle that goes to the mall. Then as we conclude, colleagues, tomorrow we're going to do group work just to provide an opportunity for us to share the experience in our groups and be able to report back. We will share in the morning at 9 tomorrow the modalities of how we are going to do group works. We want to do a fusion of the hypothetical case studies and the general discussions in terms of the issues that we have been looking at since this morning. And on that note, wish you a good evening, good night, and we meet tomorrow at 9 sharp. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll take leave. Love more will talk. Thank you so
Yes,
much.
Judge, let's now get in touch. I'm now very much available. Please, let's get in touch.
Great stuff. Thank you so much. Just nice to see you.
Okay,
Okay.
then get to sleep. It's midnight. And
Yes. Thank you so
All
much.
right.
All the best.
Okay.
All the best. Thank you. Bye.